We're going to start the meeting, Frida.
I won't put on any mascara.
Welcome. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session on February 28, 2012. We're beginning the meeting a little past 1. Our first item of business is a campaign finance proposal. And Dwight Shellman is here to outline the proposal for us.
Good afternoon. I am Dwight Shellman. I'm the Pitkin County Elections Manager. Today is County Clerk Day at the General Assembly, so our Clerk and Recorder, Janice Voss-Caudill, is meeting with our state legislators, and that is why she is not here today. I prepared an agenda item summary for today's meeting, which, as briefly as I am capable of, explains the problem that exists in Pitkin County's existing campaign finance regulations and proposes an ordinance for the board's consideration to be adopted as new Title IV to the Pitkin County Code. The purpose of the ordinance is to clarify the interrelationship between state campaign finance law and county campaign finance regulations as they exist. It is an extremely complicated interaction, and I prepared a PowerPoint to kind of take you through the history and show you exactly why we are in the place we are and how it is that the proposed ordinance would resolve the ambiguity. Just for the board's information, we sent the proposed ordinance and the agenda item summary to the Secretary of State's office because obviously a lot of coordination is required between the county and the state to accomplish the objectives we desire. As you can imagine, this is a very, very busy time in the Secretary of State's office and in our office. We had a telephone conference scheduled with the Secretary of State himself, but we had to reschedule that because of a conflict in his calendar. We are still trying to reschedule that so that we can coordinate quickly and completely with them, but to date, we haven't been able to do that. I expect that to happen in the next week or so.
Yes, George.
Can I ask a question, Dwight? Because the last time we had this discussion, we had proposed sort of a hybrid option, and the state was not willing to accept that. So with your proposed ordinance coming forth, will we run into that same problem? If we adopt it, the state may still reject it, and we're still in the same situation we were months ago?
I have to say that is a possibility. However, various other people have had conversations with Secretary Gessler himself, among them Frida Wallison, the chairperson of the Pitkin County Republican Party, explaining what it is that we want to do. And Secretary Gessler, I won't speak with Frida, she can speak for herself, but he told her that that this kind of hybrid solution, as you've described it, should be possible. So we are still very hopeful that we can get this done.
Great, thanks.
So are you going to start with
Yes, if I could just start with the PowerPoint presentation, that'll kind of take us through the history. The first thing we need to note is Pitkin County's singularity and its uniqueness in this state. We are one of only 2 home rule counties. The other is Weld County. We are the only county that deviates from state law in how we elect our county officers and how we run county elections. We are the only county in Colorado that has adopted unique campaign finance regulations applicable to county officers. And we exercise those legislative prerogatives under a provision of the Colorado Constitution that gives counties the power to adopt a charter establishing the organization and structure of county government. That is, these prerogatives have a constitutional source in the state constitution. The problem is that Pitkin County first adopted its unique campaign finance provisions in 1980. State law has changed drastically since 1980, and we haven't kept pace with the changes of state law to make sure that the county charter constantly corresponds with the companion provisions of state law. As a result, there is some authority in state law to suggest that by locally legislating on some aspects of state campaign finance law, which I'll describe in more detail in a moment, we have entirely preempted all of state law. Now, our charter does not specifically address political parties at the county level or issue committees at the county level. And as a result of that, this authority suggests that in Pitkin County, political parties and issue committees supporting or opposing issues on a county ballot are entirely unregulated. They are not regulated by the state. They are not regulated by the county. As a result of this, we obviously need to update our regulatory regime to accommodate these changes in state law. I'd like to give you some historical context. I just ask you to understand this is a bit oversimplified. I just want to touch on the high points. In 1974, the Colorado legislature adopted really the first comprehensive campaign finance legislation. It was called the Campaign Reform Act. In 1978, Pitkin County adopted its first home rule charter. The first home rule charter did not contain any campaign finance regulations. Those were added 2 years later in 1980 when the electors of Pitkin County adopted a measure that added Section 6.6 to the Home Rule Charter. And at that point, the Home Rule Charter, it's clear from the text, really envisioned that it complemented rather than displaced state law. And its references at the time referred to the Campaign Reform Act. In 1992, the Colorado Constitution was amended to add TABOR, or the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. TABOR, one of the important things that TABOR did, among many others, was it required essentially tax issues at all levels of government, from school district and special district to state level, to be decided in only particular elections. In other words, a special district could no longer call a special election to get a mill levy increase. Before TABOR was adopted in 1992, it was very unusual for Pitkin County to conduct an odd-year election. Since 1992, we have conducted an odd-year election every odd year because that is one of the three types of elections that TABOR permits those issues to go to the ballot. As a result of that kind of change in the law, issue committees, that is, committees formed to support or oppose ballot issues and questions, really proliferated in this state. In 1996, Colorado electors passed Amendment 15, which essentially repealed and reenacted the former Campaign Reform Act with its current statutory embodiment, which is called the Fair Campaign Practices Act. At the time the FCPA was adopted, there was a provision that said home rule counties may adopt ordinance or charters that are more rigorous than the restrictions contained in state law. That's all it said. In 2002, we adopted Article 28 of the Colorado Constitution, which is a fairly comprehensive campaign finance regimen in itself, and amended the Fair Campaign Practices Act in a lot of particulars. Again, that was done by state ballot question. In 2003, the General Assembly amended the Fair Campaign Practices Act to state that the provisions of Article 28 and the Fair Campaign Practices Act do not apply to a county that has adopted its own ordinance or charter covering or addressing the matters covered by those state law provisions. So in 2003, the specter of preemption first went on the books. That did not exist in 1980 when we first adopted the campaign finance provisions of our Home Rule Charter. Throughout all of this history, from 1974 through 2009, under the Fair Campaign Practices Act, or its predecessor, the Campaign Reform Act, and under the Home Rule Charter provisions adopted in 1980, all county-level filing entities, put that on silent, all county-level filing entities filed their organizational papers and their periodic disclosure reports with the county clerk, whether or not they were substantively governed by state law or county law. In 2010, that changed. State law changed to require basically everyone other than filing entities involved in municipal elections. Everyone else is required to file with the Secretary of State. And it was a result of that change that the conflicts between the Pitkin County Home Rule Charter and state law really became apparent. Essentially, shortly after the primary election in 2010, the Secretary of State office advised the Elections Department and the county clerk that no Pitkin County filing entities will be permitted to file with the Secretary of State because of that preemption language that was added to the FCPA in 2003. With the tremendous cooperation of our local political parties and issue committees, those entities have continued filing with the Pitkin County Clerk's office on a voluntary basis because nothing in the Home Rule Charter technically requires them to do so. In 2011, we brought this matter to your attention, these conflicts, and we have proposed for your consideration two alternatives to address the situation. One alternative would have been for you to refer a ballot question for the 2011 coordinated election ballot that would entirely repeal Section 6.6 of the Home Rule Charter. The result of that would be that everybody in Pitkin County, like every other county in the state, would default again to state law and be required to file with the Secretary of State. The downside of that approach is that Pitkin County would lose its very unique contribution limits that exist on county candidates and political committees, that is, committees supporting or opposing the election of candidates for county office. The other alternative we proposed was to completely repeal and reenact Section 6.6 so it more neatly and closely dovetailed with applicable state campaign finance law. The board opted not to refer a ballot question for two primary reasons. As even the first few slides show, the subject matter is very complex, and the board, I think, felt that there wasn't sufficient time to educate the residents of this county on the various issues involved. Rather, the board directed us at that time to address these problems by ordinance to be considered in early 2012. and that is why we're here today. We have prepared a proposed ordinance to address these issues and invite your comment and further direction in this endeavor. I'd like to just a moment recap some of the highlights of the differences between state law and county law, if you will, as it pertains to campaign finance. First of all, with respect to county candidates, there is no limit under state law on the amount of contributions that can be made to candidates for county office. There is, however, a limitation on the permissible source of those contributions. State law prohibits corporations and labor unions from making direct contributions to any candidate at any level in the state. And it also requires contributions from limited liability companies to be allocated pro rata to the individual members of those limited liability companies. It's a very complicated formula. Pickens County opted to take a different route with respect to contribution limits on county candidates. Pickens County limits the amount of contributions to county candidates to $500 per contributor per election, meaning Rob, you can contribute to Michael's candidate committee in an amount of $500 for the primary election in 2012 and for the general election in 2012.
Way to go, Rob.
Pickens County does not place a limit on the source of those contributions. As a result, corporations, labor unions, limited liability companies, and other fictitious business entities, non-natural persons, may contribute to a committee supporting or opposing a candidate for Pickens County office, just like a natural person may. Issue committees. This is incredibly complicated under state law. As currently written, state law, there is no limitation on the total amount that may be contributed by any person to an issue committee. There is a reporting threshold. When do you have to form a committee and start filing disclosure reports with, as it's currently written, the Secretary of State? As currently written, that reporting threshold is $200. And once you cross that threshold by accepting contributions or making expenditures of more than $200, you then are required to file periodic disclosure reports identifying by name and address anyone who contributes more than $20. So contributions of less than $20 under state law, you can just all put on a single line item in an aggregate amount. Contributions more than $20, you have to itemize them by the name and address of the contributor. What does it do this?
Burn out.
I think it's the light bulb up there.
Yep.
It doesn't burn out.
Well, no, it didn't burn out. I think the thermostat in the thing shut it down. Because not only is it the fan not running, the lights bulb's not on.
Yeah. Because
I haven't seen it do that before.
usually the fan would keep running until it's cooled down, though.
Is there a fuse for that? Maybe a fuse trick?
I think Dwight's going to have to proceed without a PowerPoint.
Can do.
So probably the thing to do is to see if you can turn it off.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just getting exciting, too.
My emergency backup paper copy.
Would you like me to get paper copies for the board? Would any of the board members like paper copies?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. So,
Take just a few minutes so
Okay.
you want to go on.
why don't you just proceed?
Okay. Okay. So state law imposes this $200 reporting threshold. That threshold was held to be unconstitutional by the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals that sits in Denver in 2010. It was a case called Sampson versus Busher, who was the prior Secretary of State. Our current Secretary of State, Secretary Scott Gessler, adopted an emergency rule in 2011, raising that reporting threshold to $5,000 to get over the constitutional objections that were expressed by the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. That prompted another lawsuit in Denver District Court that was initiated by Colorado Common Cause, among others, against Secretary Gessler, saying that raising the reporting threshold to $5,000 really exceeded the Secretary's rulemaking authority. The Denver District Court agreed with that position and struck down the emergency rule. This week, the Secretary of State has recodified all of the campaign finance rules. He has retained that $5,000 reporting threshold for issue committees, but has stated in the rules that he will not enforce that threshold unless and until the Denver District Court decision is reversed. The Secretary of State has appealed that decision. As a result of all this, as far as I can tell, there are no reporting requirements for issue committees in the state of Colorado right now until this litigation works itself out. Surprisingly, there does not appear to be any legislation in front of the General Assembly to resolve the issue legislatively, which would be much faster than doing it, through litigation. So all I can tell you right now is state law had a reporting threshold and required periodic reports, but it's all been held unconstitutional for one reason or another, and so we're in a state of suspense on issue committees under state law. With respect to Pitkin County, our home rule charter is silent on the on the subject of issue committees. Just continuing discussing the differences between state law and county law, if you will. Another filing entity that we're particularly interested in are political parties. Political parties in this state are typically, at least with respect to the major political parties, they're typically organized at the county level, and then there's a state organization as well. Under state law, there are contribution limits that limit the amount that any person can give to a political party. That amount is $3,400 total, of which not more than $2,850 can be contributed to the party at the state level. So there's an aggregation of contributions between contributions to the county party and contributions to the state party. The Home Rule Charter is also silent with respect to contribution limits that may apply to county parties, and it has been the traditional practice of this county to simply enforce state law when the county clerk was the filing officer for all county entities, including county parties. The next filing entity is a political committee. A political committee is defined under state law and under our Home Rule Charter as a committee that supports or opposes the election to office of any candidate. State law limits the amount of contributions that may be made to a political committee to $500 per contributor per election cycle. It does not limit the source of those contributions, meaning it doesn't prohibit contributions by corporations and labor unions. As a result of the Citizens United case, which was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court in January of 2010. Now, Pitkin County applies the $500 limit that exists for contributions to county candidates to political committees making coordinated expenditures with those candidates, which is to say, The Home Rule Charter treats a contribution to a political committee that actually coordinates with the county candidate the same as a contribution to the candidate directly. And that's a very familiar treatment of coordinated expenditure contributions under federal and state law. And that's the difference between an independent expenditure and a coordinated expenditure. We've all heard a lot in this election cycle about the super PACs active in the presidential election. Those super PACs, and I don't want to get off here, I just want to illustrate a point. Those super PACs are entitled to accept basically unlimited amounts of money from any natural or artificial person, so long as they do not coordinate with the candidate. They are therefore independent expenditure committees. Once they coordinate, their contributions are deemed to be those of the candidate and then become subject to the contribution limits that exist under federal law. We have the same kind of regulatory scheme here. The $500 limit that applies to contributions to county candidates also applies to county committees making coordinated expenditures with those candidates. Okay? Then, the Pitkin County also, we don't have a limit on contributions to committees that make independent expenditures, meaning they are not coordinating those expenditures with a candidate. They are just going out and buying ads or airtime to support or oppose those candidates without any consultation or coordination with the candidate. There is no contribution limit applicable to independent expenditure committees, but there is a reporting threshold. The Home Rule Charter currently requires that all independent expenditures in excess of $250 must be reported to the clerk within 1 week of the date of the expenditure or within 24 hours if the expenditure occurs during the 8 days before an election.
Can I ask a question? Are we going to get to the English?
Sure.
So, I'm just trying to think about how I've seen things play out in the past. If someone's running their own candidate campaign, just doing all their reporting, everything like that over here, and then whether it's the Colorado Libertarian Party or Republican Party or Democratic Party, they're doing some get out the vote work, and it says, vote for so-and-so on a mailer or a radio ad. Does that then become a coordinated campaign, even though they are supporting candidates who have their own committee?
It becomes a coordinated campaign if, in your example, the political party and the candidate committee get together and say, you know what, candidate committee is going to handle the Crystal River Valley get out the vote efforts, and we want the political party to handle, the upper Roaring Fork Valley get out the vote effort. That would be a coordinated campaign, and then you're going to run up against contribution limits applicable to county candidates.
Okay, but if again, I'm trying to think more about the county parties, not so much the candidates, but if the parties were to say, well, heck, if we're going to pay for this ad, we might as well say vote for Joe Blow because he's one of ours or she's one of ours. Does that somehow make it coordinated, even if that candidate wasn't sitting in on the meeting or none of their people? I mean, how do you tell what's coordinated?
Well, that without more does not make it coordinated because any political committee, remember, political committee by definition is a committee that exists to support or oppose the election of a candidate for office. So any committee, whether it's a political party or whether it's really just they're usually committees formed in opposition to a candidate. We've had a couple of recent examples here. We had the Hit the Road Jack Committee and the Sick of Mick Committee in the municipal election. Obviously, those committees would not be coordinating with the candidate that they are opposing.
Right.
That's the classic example. If those committees coordinated with another candidate on that ballot, then any contributions to that committee would be deemed contributions to that candidate. And that's where you get into contribution limit problems. The issue you have cited is one reason. At the end of my presentation, I list a couple of things that I think require additional work. I believe that if this is going to work, we are going to need a provision in our ordinance that effectively prohibits county political parties from making contributions to candidates.
Directly.
Right. Which ordinarily they are permitted to do in other counties. And the reason for that is, again, Pickens County is the only county that has a contribution limit applicable to county candidates. What we're trying to do is send the political parties, make it clear that they are governed exclusively by state law. Pickens County has nothing to say about them. They follow with the Secretary of State. In order to make that effective, we can't directly or indirectly impose a limitation or a requirement on a political party that does not exist in state law, under state law, because the Secretary of State is constitutionally and statutorily authorized to enforce state law and state law only. It's a difficult conceptual issue, but it's something that I think we need to address, and I think Secretary Gessler will want to address with us.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking is it really seems there should be some sort of guidance document created that will explain to the layperson, let alone the parties, what coordination is and what coordination isn't. Because it just seems that no one wants to cross that line. If it's not a direct contribution to the candidate's campaign, that's probably okay. I'm not even familiar of any times the parties, quote, have done that. But that when they say, these are the persons who have the R endorsement going into this election, or these are the ones that are the D, that shouldn't be construed as coordinating.
Right.
But I think we need to really do everything we can to create a guidance document for the public on that whole issue of coordination.
In the draft ordinance before you, there is a definition of coordinated expenditure, which admittedly...
Very confusing.
Admittedly. This is basically the kind of cleaned up language that exists in the Home Rule Charter right now. It is very confusing. And, we have never, to my knowledge, we have never had problems with this. Let me back up. It's not crystal clear under state law either, and certainly not under federal law. What I can say, though, is we have never had problems in this county of having to decipher between a coordinated expenditure or an independent expenditure since at least 1980. The issue has never arisen. I don't think there is a practice in this county, and the chairs are here, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think traditionally there is a practice of county parties making contributions to candidates. So...
Yeah, I'm just saying I think that we should have some, this would be considered coordinating, this would not be considered coordinating, because it's just a small county. It's kind of like small town politics where you have the people who are most active in party politics are probably active in issue politics, are probably active in supporting candidates. And, again, I think the more we can draw clear boxes around what is right and what is wrong, it just helps everyone.
I completely agree. Okay, so what this proposed ordinance does is, I hope, clarifies the interrelationship between county law and state law. First of all, the ordinance says anyone who is located in this county who would be required to comply with state law if we had never enacted that particular provision of the Home Rule Charter shall comply with state law, except with the 4 instances that we specifically address in the ordinance. So immediately there's a provision in our local ordinance says that, colloquially, if we don't care about you, it doesn't mean that you're exempt from state law. You need to comply with state law, and we have nothing more to say about you. That means any of those entities, like a small donor committee or a political committee that is operating in Pitkin County to support or oppose a candidate for state legislature. It's not within our constitutional authority to regulate you, and you are governed by state law, and you must comply with state law. And the appropriate enforcement officer in all of those cases, with the exception of municipal candidates and committees, is the Secretary of State.
How about special districts?
Special districts.
Same as municipalities?
No, special districts are special district candidates and issue committees supporting or opposing special district issues file with the state. Same with school districts, file with the state. Okay? The ordinance makes clear that the scope of Pitkin County's regulation pertains to candidates for Pitkin County elective office and committees formed, and their candidate committees, political committees, independent political committees supporting or opposing those candidates, issue committees supporting or opposing a ballot question or issue that is referred to or initiated by an elector of Pitkin County in their capacity as such, meaning ultimately it's a ballot issue that's placed on the ballot by this board under either the initiative or the referendum process in our Home Rule Charter. So, again, for example, Aspen School District ballot issues only appear on a Pitkin County ballot. We do not regulate, and this ordinance would not regulate, a committee formed to support or oppose the Aspen School District ballot issue, because that is on our ballot. It's being presented to the electors of Pitkin County in their capacity as electors of Aspen School District, not as of Pitkin County. And that's the distinction. And so that same distinction would apply to any political subdivisions below the county level. Okay? The ordinance also, I hope, makes it clear that political parties operating in this county comply with state law and report to the Secretary of State. We have nothing more to say about it. Again, there is this issue of, does that mean we need to prohibit contributions by county parties to county candidates? If we don't, I think we're trying to add something to the Secretary of State's enforcement authority that may doom this entire exercise. And that's the primary principal issue I want to discuss with the Secretary of State, and obviously want to get the feedback of the parties on. There are a couple of additional items that are not in this ordinance, but that I think bear further thought. As I explained, the status of the reporting threshold for issue committees under state law is very uncertain right now, because we had a federal case which declared unconstitutional the state reporting threshold, and then we have a state court which declared unconstitutional the Secretary of State's rule to try to fix that. So I don't think we have a reporting threshold for issue committees in this state right now. As a suggestion, we may want to unhitch ourselves from state law, at least with respect to issue committees, by having our ordinance provide a separate reporting threshold. We know that $200 is too low. That's what the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals opinion told us. There's language in that opinion that says $1,000 might be too low. They don't give any other guidance as to what the proper threshold is. But we may want to provide some amount in our own ordinance so as to avoid the current ambiguities in state law. I invite members of the public who are watching, members of this board, our party chairs, anybody who cares about this, to go through this proposed ordinance with a fine-tooth comb. I have no pride of authorship. This is incredibly complicated circular stuff, and the more good minds we have working on this, the better. We need to carefully review and coordinate, in a good way, our ordinance with the Secretary of State. Ultimately, our purpose here is to clarify that Pitkin County has legislative authority, if you will, over the entities it traditionally has cared about, and everybody else is governed by state law and files with the Secretary of State. And then finally, the first filing date for periodic reports for the 2012 election cycle is June 5th. And obviously one of the things we need to do as we move forward here is reserve agenda time in the future so that we can have a first and second reading in advance of that date, so that Pitkin County entities are filing the disclosure reports according to the same schedule as county entities in other counties. So that is my presentation.
Dwight, let me ask you a question. Can we do that by emergency ordinance and then have the readings after June 5th? If necessary.
I believe so. I would need to defer to John Ely on that, but I believe that is an alternative.
Board, any questions for Dwight? Yes, Jeff.
Dwight, I'm wondering, in the body of this work, if we also need to basically back up and eliminate Section 6.6 of the Charter, or does that have to go to the public in order to do that? So this work would be done, and eventually it'd be another part of a cleanup process.
I think, I don't believe the board can adopt an ordinance that invalidates a provision of the Home Rule Charter. I'm certain it cannot. What this ordinance, as I hope I made clear in the recitals, what this ordinance does is simply clarify the scope and kind of reestablishes the traditional practice of the clerk and recorder's office since these provisions were adopted first in 1980. I think ultimately we are going to have to go back to that charter provision and clean it up. This is my concern, as just recounting this history, I hope illustrates. This area is so dynamic. I mean, it is changing on a daily basis. Having these provisions in the charter makes it very difficult to keep up, because we can only redress these things, at most once a year, and by then we're already 11 months behind. This ordinance is intended to get us through the 2012 election cycle. I do think in 2013, we should come back to you with a proposed home rule charter provision that says specifically the board that establishes minimum criteria for local campaign finance regulation, but otherwise explicitly defers the details to the board to work with by ordinance or resolution. It's just that we're encountering this on the state level too, because much of the state law is embodied in Article 28 of the Constitution. It's completely inflexible. The statutes and the rules are constantly running up against the state constitutional provision, and that sets forth the limit of your flexibility to deal with a changing environment. So my suggestion to you would be, let's get an ordinance in place, and then let's really refurbish the home rule charter in a subsequent year so that the people of this county have a flexible and adapted campaign finance regulatory regime.
This one.
So my understanding what you're saying is, which the first part I agree with, that we need to have an ordinance that states more clearly what our home rule charter is, because we can't change our home rule charter before the election. We have to deal with 2012. What I'm not so sure that I necessarily agree with, and I know it's not exactly what's on the table, but I want to state it for the record, is that we should put all these powers into out of our charter and into the board's hands. I think it should really be the electorate that decides the guidelines for our finances, not the board on their whims. So in changing in 2013, I'm not so sure how much we should take out of our charter and put in the hands of the board. But I do agree that we need to move forward for 2012.
Right.
Rachel?
Yeah. Kind of to the matter at hand in front of us, we had some pretty lengthy discussions last year when we were trying to think what we needed to do because of all the uncertainty created at the state level before the 2011. And it's my recollection that we had discussed the $500 campaign limit per contribution, and we're in general agreement with that. That seemed to be reasonable for protecting the election and candidates from undue influence of money. And, so that was one. The other, in course of that conversation, we discussed corporations, limited liabilities, and unions. And because of both the Citizens United and kind of the track record here, that those same entities would be limited to 500 and they would be disclosed, that we had said, well, let's continue to let that stand. Let's not try to take on the federal policies that may be coming down. So for me, I've kind of put those two off to the side as things that we had as a board pretty thoroughly discussed about a year ago and seemed to come back down to saying, well, that's reasonable. Those are reasonable. The two things I think you're asking us about are party contributions to Pitt County candidates, and then the creating the reporting threshold for issued committees. And I personally believe there should be as low a issues committee threshold as we believe will stand. And if 1,000 was intimated as perhaps being too low, then I'd go 1,200 or something like that. And I have a couple reasons for that. I also think, frankly, we should consider becoming a party, an amicus brief to the appellate court decision on that matter, because $5,000 is simply too high, as a matter of statewide policy that affects municipality issue committees and things like this, because in a small municipality where there's maybe 300 voters or 500 voters, that's an awful lot to be thrown around. And it still comes back to this question of transparency and accountability for the public to know who is behind an issue. And, I think that when you've made that decision, you want to get so involved, you want to influence the outcome of an election, you may take some burdens on yourself. You take the burden of accurate information, you take the burden of complying with campaign finance laws. And that I don't think the burden on the individual or group who wants to make an issue committee outweighs the public interest of transparency and accountability and information. And I think that there's a lot of kind of technical reasons to say that, but how does the public know that they didn't exceed the $5,000 limit? How do you know if there's no reporting to begin with that they haven't gone 550, or 5,001? And that starts to be, then you'll get a lot of people pleading ignorance and forgiveness because we didn't mean to, we just got this last bill that came in 2 months afterwards from the copier company, and it's all said and done, and it's too late. And you could have just one single person doing that $5,000 and acting like it's a big groundswell of support or a pro or con on an issue, and it's not. And so, I think that is, just far too high. It may be something that seems reasonable if you're in a metropolitan county and you got 500,000 people. Well, sure, then it seems like, well, it should be $5,000. But, for rural Colorado and for the communities surrounding us that we work with on a regional basis all the time, to see where the municipalities here, and Basalt, and Snowmass, I just personally think that the issue committee threshold should be lower than 5,000, and I think that we set that by example in our code if we choose a reasonable amount. And so that's my thought on that one. And, I guess to me, if parties can't contribute to candidates and that makes the rest of the system work for the parties, so be it. I mean, that's the pick and county candidates. They can still work on statewide issues, as you said, or statewide candidates or federal candidates separate from our code anyhow. But I just, as long as we're making those things clear so that their own efforts are considered a contribution to a candidate, if they've included somebody's name on a door hanger. And that's not then being called coordination.
So any other questions? Yes, Jack.
Well, as far as the political parties contributing to candidates, I certainly like the idea. I mean, I haven't known of any need, even in the past, the one time out of 3 that I ran as a Dem instead of an independent, it was totally okay for the party to add my name in an endorsement, but didn't coordinate, didn't have any communication with me. I see that. But if this helps this process and cleans it up, without question, that's the main reason. But secondly, I have to say, and maybe it's just because of our experience or my experience for 40 years in Pickens County, hey, I just assume political parties stay out of candidates' business, with all due respect to everyone. But this is political parties, not individuals, not people, not community members. And I'm way into this county being a nonpartisan county relative to how people are elected. They go to other counties and it gets drastic, it's dramatic, and it's ugly, and it's manipulative, and we don't need that here. So that's just kind of an undercurrent, because the real reason is if it really cleans it up, I'm way good. But there's kind of an ideological benefit too for me that I just expressed. Issue committees, I don't know where to draw the line, and this would be for county issue committees, because obviously municipalities or special districts play their own tune with the state. But I believe, I'm trying to think what kind of issues would come. Maybe even a hydro project, for example, if we approve that. But then, is there not a prohibition in the current Home Rule Charter about referendums and initiatives? So if we pass something land use-wise. If we passed a project, Castle Creek, massive, some kind of big project, because it doesn't exist, I'm using that example, and then the public didn't like it, they don't have recourse through referendum. I believe in our home rule charter, there were amendments in about 98 or something that was affected. So what kind of issue committees could there be?
It would most likely be referred items from our board or something people petition for us to put forward. So the Healthy Rivers Fund, the road
Well,
mill
but that's a
levy.
financial question, which the public can't question either.
No, they could form an issue committee to oppose those questions. And what should the threshold be at which that issue committee has to start reporting?
Yeah, referred.
And the supporting committee as well. At what level do committees for or against Helping from the Heart, Healthy Community Fund?
Yeah, no, I was pretty blank on when I asked that question. Thanks for filling in any part of that blank. Because now it makes sense how things could
Yes.
collapse. I'm way into limits, so it's very hard to think. We're talking aggregate amounts, right? Or individual contributions, because your note at the
It's not an individual contribution.
It's an aggregate.
an aggregate contribution or expenditure threshold. At which point do you require them to take the steps to form a committee and to begin making the periodic disclosure reports?
So that's the real key question, the minimum amount, because there's still no maximum amount?
Correct. There is no limit on maximum contributions to issue committees under state law.
And an extreme example of the small amount is a guy that goes out and spends $10 on a sign and stands on a street corner and says, vote this ballot yes, vote this ballot no. Is that a committee, is what we're saying?
No.
What's the threshold that makes it a committee where they have to report? And I agree with Rachel. I would take a stance that's somewhere of a threshold as low as possible, that's not going to get us in trouble with the state. And another thing is that there's nothing in here that changes or amends our home rule charter. This is stuff that talks about what's left absent in our home rule charter, because we can't do that here. We can't change our home rule charter. So things like the $500 contribution limit, which is in our home rule charter, is not on the table today.
That's right.
That has to go to the ballot. So
That's right.
all of those things that are in our home rule charter stay in our charter, and the public needs to know that. These are things that there is no language in our home rule charter, but it's things that we've primarily already done practice-wise, and we're just trying to put an ordinance in place to get through 2012.
That's correct.
I just want to clarify one thing. Jack brought up the issue about the political party contributions. And what I heard you say was that what we're trying to do is not allow cash contributions from political parties to county candidates. However, political parties could still endorse, it could still coordinate mailings, etc. They just cannot actually donate cash. But they could provide in-kind services?
I think, first of all, it is the function of a political party to endorse candidates who are affiliated with that party or who that party has designated for the ballot. So there's no prohibition on the Pitkin County Democratic Party saying, taking out ads saying everyone should vote for the Democratic candidates on this ballot. That's fine. That's not coordination. The issue of coordination arises when the candidate or candidate committee and the political party start talking about, I need you to do this for me, I need you to do that for me. I think to make this entire system work, we have to effectively prohibit Pitkin County political parties from coordinating with those candidates and candidate committees, and from contributing to those candidates and candidate committees.
So I'm still a little confused. So does that mean that the political party could not, as they're going around with their bags in terms of their brochures from the presidential campaign all the way down to a county, that they would not be able to distribute that candidate's brochures?
It's turning into a law school exam.
Because what I really heard originally was it was just a question of cash contributions. And if we can simplify it to limit that and still accomplish our goals and still meet whatever requirements of the state, then I would say let's keep it simple, similar to the comments that I've heard in terms of a threshold for an issue committee. Let's keep that as low as we can, but still meet sort of what we feel will be the mandate from the state in terms of the majority.
The precise outline of permissible party activity, I really have to give some thought to, and it'd probably be a good idea to hear from our party chairs. I understand what you're saying, and I just hadn't considered that exact example. It's a very legitimate question, though.
So at this time, I'll take Dwight's suggestion and ask members of the public here to make comments on the ordinance and the subject we're talking about. Yes, ma'am. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Frida Wallace, and I'm the chair of the Pickens County Republicans. And just on this question that has been discussed, and I have one other item I'd like to mention. Certainly since I've been the chair, I do not believe that we have made any cash contribution to a candidate for county office. For that matter, I don't think we've made a cash contribution to any candidate for office. But I'm not sure what the harm would be if, the county does have a contribution limit, and if the Pitt County Republicans were treated as an entity for purposes of contribution limits, we would be limited, as I understand it, to $500 to a county candidate, and that and it'd have to be disclosed, and it's hard for me to see the harm given the low amount and the disclosure requirement. I would just point that out. More seriously, and I don't mean to speak for my colleagues here, but more seriously, I think that both political parties clearly would want, in the appropriate cases, to support candidates for county office who happen to be registered Democrats or registered Republicans. I mean, that's sort of a natural inclination, right? And we wouldn't be coordinating with those candidates. There would not be and I realize the idea of coordination is a kind of a gray area.
Fluid.
And it's and it's highly evidentiary, perhaps. But I could certainly imagine that we might go around with brochures for state and federal candidates, and also include a brochure from a county candidate who we would like to support. We wouldn't have, maybe I could even imagine that we would put together a brochure of our own for that county candidate, but I suppose we'd have to be pretty careful in not getting the approval of the candidate himself or herself as to what the content of that is. But because that's sort of, as I understand the way Pat
So he's
takes
working
place
on
in
it.
federal and state. You know, you can't do some joint something or other, including drafting a political message. So I do think that that ability to support by, you know, saying to the members of the Republican Party, maybe on the Democrat side, say to your members, you know, we think this is a good person and we would encourage you to support them at the ballot box. That's pretty important for us as a political party.
Pretty basic.
Yeah, so I would just put my 2 cents, maybe one and Mike's 2 cents in on that point. The only other thing I want to say was the timing question, because as we all know, this is a pretty critical election year for a lot of races. And the calendar, the Colorado State Assembly, I think this may be different than the Democratic.
They're both the same weekend.
Both the same, April 13 and 14. April 13 and 14, at which candidates, if there are contested situations, you know, for example, in a House district race or a congressional district race, then candidates will be designated at the assemblies to the ballot, and there will be a primary, and that will take place on June 26th for both parties. So what brought us here in the first place, a concern that Pitkin County political parties are not going to be, our activities are not going to be revealed to the public at large in the state because we're not reporting to the Secretary of State, is the same concern, but it becomes enhanced and exaggerated by the calendar that lies before us. And we just, I think, collectively think that we ought to be on the same calendar, the same disclosure regime, et cetera, as every other county in the state of Colorado. But I would stress that it's urgent. It's getting really urgent for us to be on that regime.
Yes, sir. Could you identify yourself, please?
I'm Mike Simmons. I'm the Vice Chair of the Pitkin County Democratic Party. I want to ask for clarification on 2 points, which is contradictory to what I'm about to say. Namely, I wanted to congratulate Dwight on what I found to be a fantastically clear and well-organized presentation of a totally difficult subject. I agree with everything that Frida said. One of the questions that was brought to my mind on the coordination issue was, suppose the Democratic Party organizes knocking on doors. We're going around, we're handing out brochures, and we go to a candidate for, let's say, county office, who is a Democrat that we have endorsed, and we say, we're going to be knocking on doors. Would you like us to take some of your materials and distribute it? Is this coordination?
I gotta believe it is not, only because this is what political parties do. So somebody smarter than me figured this out some time ago, and I'll find out.
Okay.
But I gotta believe that is not.
And my second question, what is the rationale? I'm saying this for information and for clarity, not to object to what you're proposing in the ordinance. But what's the rationale for deciding that political parties should report not to the county but to the state?
The rationale is that, first of all, if you reported to the county, a lot of this would not be an issue because we could just do what we want. But the rationale is that the party chairs have expressed the viewpoint that for contributions to parties at county and state levels can and often are aggregated. And it makes the aggregation process logistically difficult if you have different filing authorities. For all the other 63 counties in the state, the political, that's not true, 62 other counties in the state, political parties file all their reports with the Secretary of State. Pickens County at this time does not. The City and County of Denver, however, is continuing to do so, and we've reached out to them to try to alert them to this issue, and I think they are becoming aware and very interested in the issue. But the point really, Mike, is to ease the aggregation of contributions and the paperwork that parties at all levels are required to file.
And there's a reason for that. I'm Blanca O'Leary, I'm chair of the Pickens County Democratic Party. The reason for that, though, is you don't want our donors to bump up against that limit and violate the limit and get in trouble for inadvertently violating the limit. I think that's one of the reasons that we were concerned about that. I'd like to talk a little bit about the reasons that I'm concerned about the ordinance. I'm very concerned about delineating exactly what you all call coordinated, because I think you might be getting into some sort of area where it's our basic, what we do basically as a party. And what we often have candidates walking with us, and we will have our own door hangers, our own literature. To call that coordination is going to be a problem. And I think if you bump up against it too much, you also might get a challenge from the parties, because I totally respect that we shouldn't, there could easily be a way to restrict writing a check or giving cash to a candidate. That is really easy, I think, to be very firm about and clear about, and we wouldn't violate that if those were the rules. However, when you start getting into in-kind, all of my antenna go up, because that is, as long as you are counting the county commissioners in this county, and they are designated either Democratic, Republican, or unaffiliated, as long as we keep that situation, we are going to be involved. As parties, we are going to be involved. The municipal races here in Aspen don't have that, so I think that they can kind of, restrict us a little bit more. But I think it's not fair to say that your county commissioner candidates would be allowed to seek the designation, but yet you can have zero in-kind coordination with the candidates and the parties. So I think that you need to be extremely careful and extremely clear, as Rachel has mentioned, to list exactly to describe exactly what actions are legal and what actions are not legal, because that's going to get. I can just see this becoming a big problem.
Well, if I can just interject here for just a moment. First of all, what the law prohibits, both at federal and state level, are coordinated expenditures. In-kind contributions are defined not to be expenditures, not an issue. Volunteer services are defined not to be an expenditure, so therefore it cannot be a coordinated expenditure. So I think that I understand what you're saying, Blanca. The only point about prohibiting contributions, by that I mean monetary contributions, by a party to a candidate, is to make sure this whole complicated structure works at both the Secretary of State's office and at our office. It's not to prohibit any traditional activities of political parties. And I will look more into the law regarding this precise issue, but I'm sure there's a solution out there, and I'm just not smart enough today to figure out what it is.
Yes, Rita.
Just in response to Mike's question, I have continually felt throughout this discussion going back a year that one of the primary reasons why we should be reporting to the Secretary of State on all candidates other than county candidates and county issue committees, is that for the purpose of disclosure, it's really a disclosure issue in my mind, and a public access issue to information. Because if we're not in the state records, as we currently are not, a member of the public could go to the Secretary of State and get a lot of information in the tracer system and have no idea that anybody in Pickens County is contributing anything to the political committee. So I just, that seems to me to be problematic from a public access point of view.
We have 5 minutes, but I'd like to wrap up the conversation because we always have trouble transitioning to the next conversation. So, yes, Rachel.
Well, I was just going to say that I would agree with what you've said, Frida. I do not believe there's any harm in a party contributing to being disclosed locally. But that seems to be the threshold barrier about getting into the state system. And so, you know, again, I wouldn't have any problem with it. It's a minor amount, as you said, and it's transparent, almost to be expected, you know, if you've asked for the party designation. But if that's our barrier to get into the state party system, then, you know, I'm willing to let it go. And I think that this has been a good conversation. I think, you know, as long as we can clarify that, you know, a volunteer walking door to door is doing it of their own volition. Maybe they don't even like the rest of the Democratic candidates, but they like one that the Dems are supporting, and that's why they're volunteering. But it's not, I think you'd cross the threshold if you start having, quote, paid people going door to door distributing. And so those are the types of things I need you to delineate as to when it is and when it isn't coordination. And I don't know. I mean, I'm just pulling that out of my head, but you know, I just think we need to delineate so everyone has some idea how to avoid stepping over any lines. And no matter how close we get to delineating, someone's going to come up with a new way to get attention and a new gambit, and that's it. But I wouldn't want Frida not to be able to put a call out to say, can you help me label mailings tonight? Or so-and-so wants help labeling, call him if you can do it. You know, that type of thing shouldn't be prohibited by this discussion.
So, yes, Jack, we're going to wrap this up.
Yep. I support and thank Dwight for this work. I would agree, maybe, I don't know if you were proposing it, at least you threw it out. If the way to do this is an emergency ordinance, I mean, I think we do need to do this as soon as possible so candidates, for example, just have certainty. Oh, this is what we think we're going to do? No, let's just do it. So, yeah, you've had enough clarification. You'll investigate a few tweaks, but I'm ready to go on this. We've spent a lot of time, and I thank everyone.
So, Dwight, you've taken notes. You know, there's really just a couple of issues: contributions, political contributions, $500 limit to party, maybe, and what actually is coordination versus expenditure. So, let's call this Rob.
Yeah, I was just
make it very quick.
Very quick. I would just point out that the language is coordinated expenditure.
Yes.
Those words are together, and that it's not coordination. Coordination is fine. It's coordinated expenditure, and that's what you need to define a little bit further.
Okay.
So we're all clear on that.
So, Dwight, thank you. Everyone thanks you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We need to take a short break.
I'll take 2
We need
minutes.
to maybe figure out PowerPoint for the next group.
I think, because I'm not hearing the fan going either. Were you hearing it earlier?
Well, when it shut off, it should have kept going. So this is the BOCC work session, February 28, 2012. We have, I assume, Lauren McDonald in front of us from the City of Aspen Environmental Initiatives. She's the program manager. And you have, it starts at home, affordable housing energy efficiency pilot project. You're going to discuss that with us.
Yes.
Thank you for being here, Lauren.
Thanks for having me. Should I read on? Oh, there you are.
And we don't have a PowerPoint, Rob. if you
We
want.
don't. Well, you have this
We have it in our...
Great. I may use the PowerPoint myself too, to just remind myself of things. But the city is exploring some ways with APSHA to address energy efficiency and the affordable housing stock in Aspen. And today I just want to give you a brief overview of a pilot project we're working on that we think will address this need specifically in owned affordable housing units. This is just a framework. It's still in the developmental stages, and we wanted to come to you and present what we have so far and get your input at this point. So there's a great opportunity here. 40% of energy consumption in the U.S. comes from the built environment, and about 55% of that is residential units. And I think we can all think of a few APSHA units that could use a little TLC in the energy efficiency area. So there's some opportunities for improvements there. Retrofitting, we know, gives a lot more bang for the buck than new construction. And this project will greatly improve not only the energy efficiency, but also the health and safety and comfort of some of these buildings. And there's benefits to the community, too, such as carbon savings. So there's lots of stakeholders involved, including APSHA, the APSHA board, city council, BOCC, city management, several city departments, core, that would be involved at some point in the process. And I apologize to the folks here who don't have the PowerPoint because it's probably helpful. But we've been working closely with Tom McCabe and Cindy Christensen from APSHA to think about different angles of this program. And there are also some really good opportunities for us to partner with the Core Energy Smart program to really maximize the benefits to these residents. So in terms of determining some possible eligibility criteria, we want to do a pilot project for about a year is what we'd like to do and learn as much as we can during that time. And so for that pilot project, what are the eligibility criteria? Who should we be looking at? What types of units? So we've come up with a few ideas. One is units built prior to 2003. As you probably know, 2003 was when Aspen and Pitkin adopted the International Energy Conservation Building Code. So efficiency got a lot better after that. So we might want to start with things built prior to that. We should be looking at simple transactions, one unit in the balance, not 3 or 4. We probably would want to avoid resident-occupied units at this point. Look for units with separately metered electric. And then APSHA is going to work hard to screen units that would have a high probability of success. So I know there have been some concerns about units that are in soft markets that may have been on the market for a while or had to lower their price. We're really sensitive to that. We definitely don't want this program to negatively affect sellers in that way. So we'd work with APSHA to screen those. Maybe if your neighbors had a unit on the market for 3 months or had to lower the price, the program's voluntary for you. We can kind of work that out, but that is something we're aware of and something we're sensitive to. So I'll go into how the process of the project will work, but I just want to cover the scope first. Each unit that goes through the project would undergo a professional energy assessment, and that would help identify the improvements that would give us the biggest bang for the buck. And these might include things like adding insulation, weatherization and sealing, installing programmable thermostats, replacing water heaters, insulating existing electric water heaters where appropriate, installing low-flow faucets or showers or toilets, things like that. And then we'd also provide buyers with free compact fluorescents if they want to use them, and also information on incentives and rebates for energy-efficient appliances if they want to take it to the next level. So these improvements can reduce household energy by anywhere from 20 to 40%, so it's pretty significant. These are what are considered kind of the low-hanging fruit, if you will. So determining the budget for improvements, basically the goal is to break even. The cost of improvements would be rolled into the unit price. We would increase that would increase the mortgage, and that would be offset by estimated energy savings. So if your mortgage goes up by a certain amount each month to pay for those improvements, you should see a comparable or even greater reduction in energy costs. So the example in your packet, if we do $2,000 worth of improvements on your home, that would cost you about $10 a month with a 30-year mortgage at 5%. So we would need to be able to show you that the average user could save $10 a month on their electricity and energy bills. Now that's the average user. That's not the person that heats their home and opens their window. But generally speaking, we're aiming for a break even. Let's see, scenario 1. So there's a couple different scenarios that we have in mind. The first one's kind of the ideal. It's plan A. Basically, the seller puts the unit on the market. APSHA determines if the unit meets criteria, and then would offer some sort of probably financial incentive to access the unit. That could be $100, it could be $400. We haven't figured that out as far as amount or where it would come from, but something to give access to the unit, because that would greatly simplify the process at that point. And then if the seller agrees to give access, the budget would be determined, energy assessment and improvements would be done, and those improvements would be temporarily APSHA funded. The cost of improvements would be added to the sale price and thus rolled into the buyer's mortgage, and at the closing, APSHA would be reimbursed. So it's a really short amount of time, ideally, that APSHA would take that cost on. Scenario 2, or Plan B, the seller puts the unit on the market. APSHA determines if the unit meets the criteria and offers an incentive to access the property, but the seller says, no, thank you, we don't want you coming in right now. In that case, the budget would be estimated and the cost would be still added to the sale price and to be rolled into the buyer's mortgage. And APSHA would offer the buyer a financial incentive to access the property after the closing to do the improvements at that time. So in that example, energy assessments and improvements would be done after the buyer took possession. We did come up with a scenario 3. We think it's rather problematic, but I just wanted to include it for discussion's sake. Seller sells the unit to APSHA, and there would be one closing at that point. APSHA would keep possession of the unit for about 5 to 10 days while doing the energy assessment and improvements. The price would be adjusted. The buyer buys the unit from APSHA. There's a second closing at that point, and then APSHA is reimbursed the improvement costs at the time of closing. So that has 2 closings. It adds a lot of cost and risk to APSHA. There could definitely be some risks with that one. So anyway, that's the framework for the pilot project. Basically, we just wanted to run it by you, get your input, get your questions and concerns at this kind of developmental stage, and hopefully move forward with a pilot. We're looking at summer if possible. So. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Rachel.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Lauren. And I know I brought this up at our kind of last joint meeting when we just had it on memos of interest, and you were kind enough to ask me for my concerns. So I greatly appreciate that. I sent you an email. And I guess my primary concern is the price of the units going up. And that's for a number of reasons. But, you know, we can look at things now and say interest rates are 5%. That's great. It's only $10 a month. To the next buyer, or a buyer even 18 months from now, interest rates could be 7% or 8% or 9%. And so your interest costs could be dramatically higher. And once something is built into the base sales price, it will appreciate in perpetuity. You know, that's not compounded interest, but when interest rates and inflation's higher, that would be 3% of your $2,000 into your, quote, maximum resale price. And so I have concerns, again, about putting anything into the base that appreciates in perpetuity. And the issue for me is, you know, similar to what we saw at our retreat in our retreat materials, was that our inventory of units is priced over here for the most part, very few 2s and 3s, and our workforce salaries are down here. There's already this really big mismatch. Which we have no Category 1s for most part. We have almost no Category 2s that are for sale. We have a limited number of Category 3s, and a lot of 3s have practically appreciated into the Category 4 range. And there's an issue that I think is interesting in that, you can tell the owner he can put it into his maximum resale value in the future, but there's no guarantee. He may find that his unit is on the market for 6 months and no one's buying, and he's having to lower his price, and he comes back to the concept that, well, wait a second, you guys told me I could add this to the sales price when I agreed to this. When I agreed to raise my buying price, I would be able to add it. And if they're having to lower it, not even getting their standard appreciation, does that create some sort of liability on our part that, well, we told you you'd be able to add it to your sales price, but you can't because the market won't bear it. So those are my concerns, and I think there's other little subsets of that, but I don't want to take up all the time. To me, there's two things. One is I'd love to see this somehow fit into an overall capital improvement program. I just don't think it can run separate from cleaning up overall capital improvements. I have a unit next to me at Hunter Creek. It's been on the market for 5 months or more now. There's no buyers at that maximum price. It's a rental now in a ownership complex that creates its own little issues. And the reason that unit is so overpriced is because it's turned so frequently, and everyone's added their 10% capital improvements, and then the new buyer gets 10% of that purchase price capital improvements, and the new owner gets 10%. And so I think I have a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. They have a studio. I probably, having lived there with no turn of my unit for over 20 years, could maybe have a maximum price of $18,000 more than they're trying to get. Their unit is just wildly overpriced for that market, for that space. And I have great hesitation about anything that does that to our units. And the second is I just kind of feel that, it should be a different program for repayment than being in someone's mortgage. I think that, if we set up a program where they get the energy improvements and they're getting the lower utilities and they can repay it on a 5-year basis or 7-year basis or something like that, then that's fine. And it's a net wash still for that buyer in terms of cost and improvements, but I don't want to see it rolled into the mortgage forever. And especially since some of these items may need replacement in future years. The insulation would probably last forever, the thermostat may need to be replaced. And so someone's going to continue to get perpetual appreciation on an improvement that may need replacement over time, or that may become obsolete over time because there's so much better energy improvement elements out there. So I appreciate the effort tremendously. I think it's innovative thinking. I'd like to see it further refined, but those are the two things I'd like to see addressed. How does it fit into an overall capital improvement program, and the pricing of units for our actual workforce salaries and needs, and is there a way to set it up as a separate loan program that isn't part of a mortgage?
Thank you, Rachel. Troy?
Thanks. Yeah, I understand the concept. I like the concept. I know it's building off of the grant that the city received from CORE in terms of upgrading units that are being held by rental in the rental pool. And I know we had the discussion at that point in terms of those dollars going towards ownership units versus rentals, and the board decided those dollars from the CORE grant should just go to rental units. I'm not sure why we wouldn't have this just as a voluntary program and really just educate not only the sellers in terms of being able to perhaps position their unit better than another unit, but also for the buyer. And we've got not only the current DOE grant that's available to help finance small projects, but hopefully we'll reinvigorate the Energy Smart Loan program and the PACE program as well. So I'm not sure that we are not putting an undue burdensome on the next buyer and the future buyers, as Rachel was saying. I'm also a little, I guess I would question why we would need a financial incentive for the seller to get into the unit. If you have a seller that is anxious to sell, I would think that person would want to let anybody who would like to see that unit offer advice to get in there. So I'm not sure why you would want to spend dollars just for the purpose of trying to access that unit. So I would question you on that as well.
Thanks, George. Rob?
My first comment is I think this is the 60,000-foot view, and there's a lot more information that our board needs in terms of being educated on how the employee housing program works, how our role in the employee housing program is, how the nuances of category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up and up are, and in terms of how this relates to your eligibility criteria. So I think that's we've got a half an hour for this, and I think that's a 2-hour work session that we need at some point to really understand how our role with our mitigation dollars, which are building up that need to be put to use, can be used most effectively, and we're working on having some of that education. With that in regard, I also, a couple other comments, the incentives for the seller or the buyer in terms of getting into the unit, is it my understanding that's for having the work done while they're living there because there's no gap of turnover time?
Correct.
So that's what you're incentivizing
Providing
them for.
access, yeah.
Providing access isn't coming in and saying, oh, you need new windows. It's coming in there and disturbing their life
Yeah.
while they're there, which is what the incentive. Why isn't there a scenario in the sense of an incentive for homeowners to to do this on their own, basically be the buyer and the seller and put the money in themselves, just like the buyer would put their money in themselves. I mean, I live in an RO unit, and I've got plenty of efficiency things that I'd like to do for my home. I'd like added value to them, and I'm not doing them because I don't get added value to them. I'm using more energy and probably don't have as nice of a lifestyle. But that's what we're doing here with this transition of sale. And I agree with Rachel, there is a big problem with the increase of value to these homes and what that does to the benefit of our employee housing down the road and pricing it into higher categories or out of the market. And my understanding is that AFSHA allows capital improvements of environmental stuff, but you have to change your deed restriction to do that. I've got an older deed restriction, and I'm not going to change my deed restriction to do that. So that's a whole other complication with the energy efficient program, is that you've got older deed restrictions of people that have capital gains on their home or increased valuation that's a set rate and not set to CPI. And these are and that's part of your criteria, is units that are before 2003, and a lot of those are on older deed restrictions. So how that whole thing affects it. I think there's a lot of great work here, and I think, this meets a lot of the goals. I've had the Energy Smart assessment done on my house and improvements done right away through CORE and the Energy Smart program, but that's just the first step to new windows, new, bigger things, and how we get these places more efficient. I think, there's a lot more than we can do in a half hour, which is almost up, so I'll try not to, I don't want to take any more time, let some of the other people respond. Jack?
Yeah, I think the goal is unequivocally right on, consistent with what we are and who we think we are. The challenge is how to make upgrades without imposing on individual homeowners such that the benefits are hardly realized, meaning the price of units, as we've adequately heard, the price of, price cost of the improvements. Is there any cap, maybe? Because it's talking about, doing a lot of basic things. They're not going to go in and, like Rob said, change your windows. No, none of that. It's just basics. So there could be a cap here, and one way to deal with the cost issue, and this is just a think session. This is not a solution session. So it came to my attention that maybe, and here's a legal question, is can this be required in energy upgrades? and then the cost is shared by the buyer and the seller, because there's a responsibility of the seller who didn't upgrade and continue for any number of reasons versus the benefit, the person who benefits from the program. So, I hate to be onerous, but we all know the shape of various complexes in our Pickens County Housing Authority, Aspen-Picken, as well as Snowmass Village. I mean, I've lived in the same affordable unit for 28 years. I made a bunch of upgrades. There's still more to go. But one of the problems, and Rachel certainly pointed this out, is the overall home improvement program and how we approach it and what it means, again, for that big question of adding cost to the sale price. Well, I think there's probably a way to do this, and it's a pilot. We just need to ask questions. But I'm most interested in certainly understanding it'd almost be like we have to have a list of variables that could be improvements, and that's it. We don't go beyond, so we keep the program simple, and we understand the bang for the buck of each of those. Now, the question, it mentions electricity, separately metered electricity. Or is there such thing in APSHA of natural gas? Certainly there is at Fairway 3, for example. So individually metered, because that's how you understand, you do a measurement as to benefit. Like Fairway 3, they have all units together, so that wouldn't work very well. But I think we just need to continue talking about this and honing in how it might work. But there's a lot of challenges, and though it's an idea, it's not that I'm saying I'm supportive of. Both sides ought to be responsible for the cost of this. And if it's a minimal amount in the transaction of seller, they end up with X, buyer pays X. If it's a minimal amount, it might be an affordable way to incorporate it into both sides of the equation. At least that would be dividing it. And I have no idea about the practicality. And maybe this has to be a totally voluntary program and see how it goes and hopefully do 100 units. That's it for me.
Rachel?
Yeah, I know this is a different track than you've been pursuing so far, and we have different sources of housing money and different restrictions. Our housing money is primarily mitigation dollars, so it has to be towards the creation of new units. The cities has less restriction from the sales tax and the real estate transfer tax, and so I don't know if it would be a track that makes sense to allocate $200,000 of your housing funds to create a revolving loan fund to do these type of improvements that, again, are repaid as the homeowner is seeing the energy efficiency and lower unit costs, monthly costs, and repay that fund to become a revolving loan fund without building it into the mortgage. And, it's just that I had my license back in the Carter years when interest rates were 12%. People were lucky to get that. And so because the higher an interest rate goes, the lower the selling price goes, it may be very hard for people to recover that capital to repay APSHA later. How do you repay APSHA if you haven't even been able to get your maximum appreciation? So I would really love to see it separated from the mortgage as much possible until we're able to get PACE, in place.
Any more comments, board?
One out there.
Yes, sir.
I think there's some fundamentals that you all need.
Steve, could you just identify
Steve
yourself?
Farwick, Aspen City Manager. The reason behind this program and why we're coming to you with it is the basics of the problem. Energy conservation is the best investment we can make in this country. The returns on investment are higher than for any form of energy, whether it's fossil fuel-based or alternative energy. The main difficulty is it's very difficult to do. This is an example of that. You have a situation here where somebody's got to pay or make the investment. And if it's not going to be the county, and if it's not going to be the city, and it's not going to be the homeowner, it's going to be nobody, which is usually what happens. And as far as a voluntary program, we already have a voluntary program in place. Anybody can do this. A lot of people have done it over time. But as a percent of the entire inventory, it's extremely low. Not just in this county, but everywhere in the country. Because this is one of the most inefficient marketplaces out there. I believe the medical industry is right up there with energy conservation in this country. It's very difficult to get it done. I believe probably the most advanced energy conservation, residential energy conservation program in the country is Babylon, New York. They're still struggling to get to 1% of their residential units that have gone through a deep energy retrofit. We're well behind that. And we're never going to get anywhere if we don't take some chances and put some pilot programs in place and get to work. Yes, there can be difficulties, but if we're going to have to wait until we solve the entire problem of what's happening with price appreciation due to the capital expenses, all those are legitimate issues. But if we can't do anything here until after all that's solved, I won't be having this group work on this at all. We'll start working somewhere else, because we're not going to try and solve 43 different problems in the affordable housing program before we get to this one. So I would ask your indulgence. When we talk about this, it'll probably be another 2-3 months from now when we get together in the joint meetings, but think about, can you just take some chances and let us do this and administer the program only in those areas, as we've said before, only in those areas where we know we have buyers set up ready to go. So the worst case scenario is people buy a unit, it's a little bit higher priced, but their mortgage is going to go up a little, and their electricity and natural gas monthly payments will go down, so the net total cost to the homeowner is going to go down every month. That's what we're really asking for here. The details we can figure out. And we're only talking about, when you go through that list of all the criteria and things, we're probably not talking 1 out of 5 units that get sold all the time. Most of them won't apply, won't qualify for this test program. So we're just asking for your indulgence. Let us try. Thanks.
Steve, you're passionate about the subject. It also, I think we might think about revisiting the rent allocations to this program and actually have it. I mean, we have a unique community in as much as we charge, essentially, for overindulgence in energy use, and that can be then allocated to people who can use that subsidy, and just have it as a pure subsidy and take away the question of appreciation and mortgage. And that, I mean, we sort of looked at that previously. We were a little uncomfortable with it, but if certainly the city gets rent funds, that might be the answer, certainly to start the program, because then you'd have people lining up to apply for it. And I'd be much more comfortable with that.
That's an interesting thought. We hadn't thought about that. If I might make one more comment, and that would be a warning against thinking about all we need to do is cross the next threshold of making it worthwhile for a person to make that investment. It's already the best investment you can make. I guarantee you, any of the units we live in right now, if you take $1,000 and put it in energy conservation, you will reap a far greater return than leaving it in the bank. And it's guaranteed and it's tax-free. And yet very few of us do that kind of thing. And so the thinking we have frequently is, let's provide more incentives, so let's just add a little bit more to that bar. It already makes lots of financial sense. That's not the trigger that gets more people into it. There's already plenty of incentives in the program with rebates, and as we've already, you've seen the $50 cost of a whole house energy audit that includes at least $50 worth of energy improvements while they're doing that. And yet, we still get very few people who sign up for that program. It's mind-boggling, but just pushing more on the financial incentive side won't be the trigger for it.
Rob?
My question is, what's the ask here? What's the decision tree? I mean, does AFSHA need BOCC's authority to move forward with a project like this? What's the what are our steps forward here? I mean, you said 2 months from now in a joint meeting, they'll come back to us. Is the ask then to have a convening APSHA meeting that authorizes this to happen?
Yes, and we'll have some budget criteria with that.
Okay.
Because they're providing the temporary, in this model that we've described, they're providing the temporary money to do the improvements, so that's where we need
So
to.
you'll need some budget authority to be able to do the improvements and then have additional revenues that come in from the sales prices.
You know, I appreciate, and as I say, I support finding ways to make something like this go forward. I just don't want it to focus solely on adding to the base price. You know, if there's other ways to do it, or work with that, or, you know, even in my example to you, Lauren, is, you know, if it was $5,000 worth of improvements, maybe it declines by $500 a year of what you can recoup. So if you sold it in the first year, you could get $4,500 back. If you sold in the second year, you get $4,000 back added onto your appreciation. But in some way, the benefit of those lower utilities, you know, came back to the program. The other is simply to say that, as I understand it, didn't we have a report from CORE recently that they've seen 500 homes go into the energy audit? Was that the number we were at? You know, have done energy audits since we opened the Energy Center at the Airport Business Center. So I agree with you about the difficulty of it, but I do think we're making some progress with that.
Most of the improvements that we're talking about doing won't depreciate really, or won't lose most of their effectiveness. If you're talking about financing a water heater for 30 years, yeah, absolutely. And water heater would probably fall under the usual APSHA depreciation schedule. So it would come down just like a refrigerator or something like that. But insulation, if it's done well, rarely needs anything additional. A toilet, once it's in, is going to keep saving what it's going to save. Weather stripping is going to need to be replaced. So that, but those are really minor
Or maybe the
costs.
capital improvement budget for new owners who have done this program goes down to 9% instead of, say, at 10%. But I'm just trying to think about how do you work to keep the units affordable, because wages aren't rising, and they're actually declining, and we're getting more and more of a mismatch between the existing units and potential homeowners.
Just, Jack, we're a little past our time limit here. We have an interview, so.
Yeah, I would offer some feedback on the incentives. I'm with, I think it was George that asked, or one of you all, about why the incentives. I don't know why we ought to be offering incentives like that, and where's the pool of money coming from? And lastly, Steve, why 3 months or 2 months?
What do you-
Let's get the ball rolling.
That's your next joint meeting. is-
Well, let's call the meeting earlier. I mean, we got a summer to work here. I'm being a little facetious, but understand. Let's do it.
Okay, we're going to have to call this meeting good.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Lauren, for being here.
Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren.
Yeah, but it was more particular to what we're Wasn't a particular meeting. I mean, I didn't see.
Barbara, would you come forward, please? We asked our applicants to sit at this desk. Most applicants find it very uncomfortable, but you don't have to.
Find it uncomfortable.
And we deeply appreciate you coming here and volunteering for this position. And typically, the board asks a few simple questions, and that's the procedure. I noticed that Kathy isn't here. Wasn't Kathy going to be here?
Yeah, usually Kathy would be here. I do not know.
Can I say she's on her way back from Grand Junction?
Oh, the weather would be holding.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
it is rather windy out there.
Board, shall we ask some questions of Barbara? Who would like to start? Yes.
On behalf of all of us, we appreciate you applying and being here. And so I'll start with a nice, easy warm-up question. What is your past involvement with the library, and why would you like to be on the library board?
I guess the first thing I'll say is my father was a librarian. So the networking with libraries has been forever. I've been a patron of our library in perpetuity for approximately 35 years, the old one and the new one. I used it extensively when I was a high school teacher as a resource for my students, became familiar with the operations. Now I use it primarily for my own personal pleasure. I think it's an important part of our community. I think it's an important part of our community.
Thank you.
Yes, Rob.
Thank you for applying. I know we've got some wonderful citizen boards out there and citizens serving on those boards. So thank you for stepping forward. My question is, how should or would you, us, or the community determine what the right level of investment is in a library for our community? What's the criteria that we should use, or you would use, or the community should use to determine the right level of investment in a library?
I think you have to consider your patronage, what is considered a valid and thorough library collection, ways for the library to be used from, say, 360 degrees rather than 180. And then, of course, money. I think there are patrons here who believe in the library pretty much the same way people believe in PBS, and these people are willing to contribute, as well as little citizens. Have I answered your question?
Yeah. Thank you. George or Jack, any questions?
I'll attempt
Sure.
a hypothetical. If we lived in a community which matched or exceeded national standards per capita for permanent residence and use, etc., why would you expand the library? This is a hypothetical.
Not wanting to sound smarty, but you can always make the best better. And if you are looking at your library over a period of years, you may be in one place today, but if you don't keep, I don't want to use the word growing necessarily or expanding, but maybe maturing in terms of what is current and looking ahead, then you're not going to be exceptional. You're not going to be the best.
That's a very good answer, because I did have a little bit of a curve in that question, because I was talking about permanent residents versus, our patrons, everyone. But the intuitive answer about being the best and current and moving beyond is very good. I appreciate that.
George?
Not really. As you know, we just interviewed 17 people just the other day for the Basalt Library Board, so I think I've questioned out. Thank you for applying.
George is right. We had a full day of library interviews. But Barbara, I think one of the questions was, what do you think the challenges are for our library, and how would you address them?
don't have a lot of data like y'all do right now in terms of the library as far as challenges. I know there's consideration for expansion. I went to the meeting where the architect spoke. I think in order to really answer your question thoroughly, Michael, I should have a sheet in front of me that has issues so that I could address them with a certain level of seriousness and after having done a little more than a little bit of research. I think that we need to continue to grow. Now, when I say grow, I'm not necessarily saying 3 additions. I mean grow in terms of the development of the collections, the social ramifications for the community. Some of the same things that I was talking about earlier. I don't want to see it get smaller, get less used, less respected.
Great. So any further questions for Barbara? Yes, Rachel.
We have our usual questions as well, but you have the time to make the commitment to make the meetings? You've checked their schedule and it coincides with your...
Yes.
Okay.
Quite truthfully, there'll be one vacation to see a grandchild, but that's flexible.
That's normal. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Barbara, thank you. And typically what happens is we at some point deliberate about it, and given how many applicants there are, do we have more than one applicant for this position at this time?
I do not believe we have any other applicants scheduled, but we're continuing to advertise.
Okay, so it'll be a bit of time, and if you keep in touch with Kathy, she'll let you update you about interviews and what our schedule's going to be. And then we'll try to let you know, though, in a timely manner. So thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Michael, a very quick question.
Yes.
John, it'd be great to know how long we've been advertising, so we have a sense, well, has it been 2 months? Therefore, well, maybe we might not that we're going to make a decision immediately, but, and it's not necessarily right at the moment either, just so we get a sense. Because we might approach this, have a conversation at any time in the very near future, or we want to play it out.
Okay, yeah, and I do not appear when we received the resignation.
I didn't
start
think it was-
advertising.
Thank you, Barbara.
Appreciate it. Thank you. The one thing I was referring to is the evolution of how people access the materials. That's a big
changing.
challenge.
Yeah.
So,
Got to be able to deal with both kinds, though.
we have a 3:15. I see there's a couple of individuals out in the audience. Are you here for the special meeting and public hearing permit application for addition of optional premises to existing hotel, restaurant, liquor license for the Sundeck submitted by the Aspen Skiing Company, LLC?
Yes, sir, I am.
Excellent. Would you please come forward then?
Is this a tequila bar?
And alcohol.
Well, that's eventually get how would you like me to proceed talking?
Just introduce yourself, sir, and...
We need to go in a special meeting.
Oh, we do?
And the reason...
Special meeting.
A special meeting, this is actually an action on the part of the board. We did this because of some communication, I think, issues that we had, where we did not, for postings and such, where we did not get this on our regular agenda last Wednesday. And so we made an exception because we felt that was on our end.
Well, let's see how the board feels about it. Shall we call a special meeting?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. So, are there any further actions necessary at this time? No. So, yes, sir. Please introduce yourself.
I am David Belloc, Senior Vice President of Aspen Skiing Company. With me is Amity Ludlow, who works on most of our liquor license application issues. And would you like me to tell you a little bit about what we're proposing? Or
I think you don't have anything to present, do you, Jeanette?
Not any more than that is incorporated into my memo.
Okay.
And I know we're short on time, and thank you for allowing us this opportunity to meet with you. So I think I'll defer to
Okay.
Dave and Amity and let them use this time.
So just make your presentation, I guess.
what we've applied for is an optional premises license, which is not a unique type of license. It's provided for by the state statute in the liquor code. And it's what we're proposing to do is have it as the optional premises, then be an optional premises license has to be attached to an existing liquor license. And in this case, we proposed that these be optional premises for the sun deck. And what we're planning on doing is we have had constructed essentially a portable bar that can be moved towed by a snowcat. And we're going to propose to sell champagne, Veuve Clicquot champagne, at various locations, and it's going to be linked to a social network campaign where we're not going to say it's going to be in any particular spot, but and I must confess I'm quite illiterate on social media, but where you Twitter or Facebook or something and it tells you where it is, and people go there during the day while they're skiing and can buy a glass of champagne. The bar itself, it's about as large as the space from between me and Rob and this space here. And when we set it up, it's going to be enclosed by a tape fence, like those things that form the mazes at the airport, or some similar delineation of where the area is, with signage that says no alcohol beyond this point. All of our servers will be tip trained. The champagne will be for sale. It's not unless we have a special event that someone hosts a party or something, in which case we may not have to buy it by the glass. And the idea is that it will move around within the boundaries of the ski area during the ski season. And it's really no different than a temporary bar like you might set up in a large or busy restaurant at a peak time. And we're doing it, in all honesty, well, I'm always honest, but we don't have any real expectation that we're going to make any money with this. We're doing it because it's fun and because it'll make a fun experience for the guests. And maybe we'll get lucky and make a few bucks, but we're not going to sell enough product of anything to have any realistic hope of making money in it. But it's to make our unique Aspen experience one more little unique facet for people who come to visit.
Thank you. Board, do you have questions? George?
Question and a comment. I guess I have a hard time understanding. On one hand, the Aspen Skiing Company recognizes the danger of intoxication on the slopes and has limited drinks on Cloud 9 at Aspen Highlands. But on the other hand, you're offering an opportunity to have even greater access vis-a-vis a movable alcoholic sled. And I just don't see the rationale of recognizing that the dangers not only to the skier but to those other guests on the hill. And on top of that, it seems like the 3 o'clock rush down Spar is challenging enough without having to worry about weaving people. So I guess I don't get it.
Well, partly, I think your understanding of what we've done at Cloud 9 is based on an extremely inaccurate newspaper story, and I spoke to the author of it. What we've done at Cloud 9 is not make a rule that says you can have 3 drinks. What we did was re-emphasize to our servers what we teach them already in tips training, that as people have drinks, if they have more than 1 drink, sometimes even 1 drink, you should be alert to signs of whether or not that person's ability is becoming impaired. And all we did at Cloud 9 was re-emphasize to the service staff that just because someone wants to buy 5 bottles of wine, they don't get to buy 5 bottles of wine. It's rather, we observe people as they drink, and if they begin to appear impaired, then you don't serve them anymore. It's the same rule that applies in every liquor licensed establishment in the county. And here, I don't believe this particularly increases the likelihood of someone becoming impaired. As I say, we'll have all tips, trains, personnel. You can already get a drink on the mountain if you want to, at the Sun Deck, or Bonnie's, or Ajax Tavern, or anywhere in town, if that's your inclination. So I don't think it increases the danger anymore. What we did, again, at Merry-Go-Round, was re-emphasize that our servers need to be responsible as they learn to do in the tips training. So I don't particularly believe this is expensive. Likely to create people get intoxicated. The reason why I say expensive is we anticipate selling these relatively small glasses of champagne for $15 a piece. So you'd have to be quite affluent and determined to become impaired by drinking $15 glasses of champagne.
I guess that's just one further comment. Sure. It seems like the demographics that you're really trying to address are probably, I'm just guessing, an older group, perhaps a group that is not as good a skier to begin with, perhaps a group that are guests coming from sea level, low altitude, coming to high altitude, dealing with just those problems, and then further exacerbating that problem by providing easier access to alcohol.
I don't believe we're particularly appealing to poor skiers. There are very few on Aspen Mountain, all in all, but I don't think it would make a difference regardless of what mountain you're on. There is, it's fundamentally no different than if you get in your car. If you're a responsible person, you won't get in your car when you're intoxicated, and if you're a responsible person, you won't ski when you're building. There's really no essential difference.
If only that were the case.
Other questions? Yes, Rob.
I certainly understand the challenges of training staff and making sure that they're aware of tips training and watching out for people that are intoxicated. And regarding your ability to make a profit, I hope you make a profit. I don't take that into account with any of my consideration here. But I would like to hear from you a little bit more on how you will treat these areas differently from, say, the bar at the Sun Deck in terms of your staffing, your security, your checking, because I do think it is a different environment for two reasons. One, it's mobile, so it's a little harder to control, how people come into areas, how you're watching people, that sort of stuff. And two, people walk out of my restaurant and walk home, hopefully. They don't get in a car and drive. These people are getting on skis and skiing down. So I just think it's crucial that you have a staff training program that's crucial for this type of venue. And I think it's a great, neat idea, and I tend to agree with you that I think if there's an opportunity to drink, people are going to find it, and this doesn't extenuate that circumstance. This is just the control mechanism is the staff.
You're exactly right. And I think an important acknowledgement of that fact is that these will all be people who have just recently been tip trained. They're starting on this project, so it's not someone who may have had tips training 10 years ago and has sort of lost their reflection on it. But we'll really manage it like any other outdoor patio in town, where there's a clearly defined perimeter. There's signs that say no alcohol beyond this point, and you're correct. It's incumbent on the staff to be vigilant. And from your business, and we watch this all the time, people sometimes do take a drink outside. They're not supposed to, but we'll work hard to make sure that doesn't happen any more than it does in any other establishment.
I guess kind of as a follow-up to that, kind of what I'm getting at too is, in my restaurant, there's always a manager on duty. Are we always going to have a management level person from the ski company at one of these sites, or do you leave a bartender there and leave? Because my bartenders are great, but I wouldn't leave them, without a manager on site. And are there going to be two people? Do you have a minimum standard for staffing so that someone can go control a problem while somebody else is maintaining the rest of the customers? At the Sun Deck, you don't have that problem. You probably ring a bell and 10 employees could run over and break up a fight. If you got one person in a bar the size of these tables and something does happen, which does happen around alcohol, what's the reassurance that you've got the staff and the controls and the systems to manage that facility?
Well, we would envision that we would always have at least two people working there. On a busy weekend, there could be more than that. And we also happen to have on hand, unlike any other establishment in town, a staff of about 17 trained medical professionals who are there to provide security if necessary. That's not their principal job, but it is something they do from time to time, and to take care of people who perhaps may have high altitude issues, but they're fully trained and equipped to deal with that. So the staff and there will be someone in charge. There won't be there'll be, I don't know what level of management, but there will be someone in charge of the facility who's not the bartender, but a lead or something. They may not have the title manager.
Yes, Rachel.
Thank you. As others have said, I think this could be a really fun idea and unique and, a little hip, modern feeling. On the other hand, $15 a glass sounds to me like something that will make a lot of people feel excluded, on the Hill. And I'm kind of wondering, and that's a separate question for you guys, but are you sending out the wrong message that way about the exclusivity and the expense of having fun on Aspen Mountain? And so I would just think of that as a little bit of a conundrum for me. Overall, I'm going to support the application. I think that what Rob has raised, that there should be a minimum of 2 people in attendance at the bar, should be a condition of approval. And the other 2 things for me is I think that it should be a requirement that there is some non-alcoholic beverages or beverage available at the same time, so that if someone is with someone who's not, they want a Coca-Cola or they want some orange juice, that there are other opportunities. And it strikes me, I'm not sure the exact language of it, but in general, when a bar is operating, there has to be some food available for people to be able to eat, and so that people don't have the empty stomach syndrome. And I don't know if you've thought that through, but I would think that there should be a requirement that there's some sort of snack or food available, some sort, whether you're Cloud9 or Merry-Go-Round or Sun Deck. People can have food, they can eat something with their alcohol, and I think that would be an important safeguard, whether it's packages of some peanuts or you have some, other type of, again, I'm not talking food preparation, but prepared food available that people can have with this.
That's not something we particularly thought of because of the nature of the optional premises. It ties to the Sun Deck, which you have to have the requirement of 25% of your revenue from food, but the Sun Deck has probably 90% of its revenue from food. So that was but having some sort of peanuts or something like that is a good idea. I don't think we don't want to serve like meals.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, not a big food prep, but I think that that's an important condition to maintain with the optional premise, that there's some food available.
Jack?
Jennifer, question. Page 5.
Jennifer or
Jeanette?
Jeanette.
That's okay. We all look alike.
Yeah, well, but my brain doesn't on that. I apologize. Exhibit A on page 5 is showing us that the Sun Deck is I guess, the hotel and restaurant licensee.
Correct.
And then page 6 is possible locations where these are going to go? This trailer could be moved to? I'm wondering...
No.
So why do we have 2 pages here?
What we've done, partly to address Rachel's idea of inclusiveness, is on page 6, where you have these labeled circles. We thought people had for many years had different sorts of picnics on the mountain, St. Patrick's Day parties, Valentine's Day parties, and you're not allowed to bring liquor into an area that's subject to an existing liquor license. So we took I guess I'm having a hard time seeing, but it looks like we took the top 4 places where people most often have these community-like picnics, being Pfister's Cabin, the Turlock Park picnic area, and Buckhorn Cabin, and excluded those from this licensed premises so people could continue to have picnics where you pay BYOB, which is something that's a popular pastime. And those are the 3 most popular spots where people do it.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure what I was seeing here. Second question is, the application is for a champagne bar, as it were. Will it be limited to just that then? Or, in all jest, I said, well, a tequila bar, whatever. I mean, could you shift and have 2 kinds of alcohol? That's an open question. And this application here never mentioned champagne unless I missed it.
Well, it's a hotel and restaurant license, which allows you to serve any kind of legal alcoholic beverages.
Yeah. So therefore, this could... Go ahead.
You can't have 2 kinds of licenses coterminously in the same location. Like, for example, a beer and wine license can't be in the exact same spot of a hotel and restaurant license. It's sort of like geometry, that a point, there can't be 2 points in the same location.
Yeah, so that's something...
I guess you could, but that's not part of our plan.
Yeah. So, bottom line is this restricted to just champagne at this time? And if it changes for any reason in the future, would you have to come back here or go through an administrative whatever?
Well, I guess a 2-part answer to that is right now we have no plans for anything other than champagne and no plans for having a plan for anything other than champagne. But if we had a hotel restaurant optional premises, I don't believe we would have to do any further licensing to change the species of beverage.
Okay. Good. So
board, we're into our break, and that's a very precious time for us. So I think we should begin to wrap this up. Rachel?
Well, can we put conditions on the approval of the license that it is just a champagne bar at this time, and then should your plans change, you would have to come back to talk to us?
I don't have any objection to that, but not, as the last year applicant said, I don't want to, just sort of smarty pants or something. I don't think it's legal for you to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I was kind of asking the question.
We're approving it to the state level, and then you get a state license for this, so.
No, Dave, we heard that there's questions about this because it's an unusual application, and there's some reservations about it here. But in the final analysis, it seems to me it's the decision of the skiing company to do what they want on their premises, given they have a state license, and that you will act accordingly in your own interests. So,
presumably, I can't imagine is a hard concept here, but that we would have a tequila bar. I'd like tequila, oh fine, but that doesn't seem like that's a very good idea.
Okay, board.
Too much consumption, I guess.
Is there a motion to approve this liquor license at this time?
I move to approve the liquor license.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, but ask a question about conditions. I think Rachel makes a great point of having some snacks. You know, just whatever it is, chips, cookies, a brownie, whatever.
We have no objection to that.
Sounds crazy.
The board is, I don't think, in the position of putting conditions on a state liquor license.
On the optional premise, you do have some flexibility.
What flexibility do we have?
There's a resolution of the board that incorporated optional premise applications. It was in 95, and I apologize I didn't bring it in with me, but it does state in that resolution that there can be certain conditions incorporated for the health, welfare, and safety, something like that.
So, Jeanette, are you saying that we have the ability to include any conditions we'd like?
Could I take a moment and go get that resolution? I apologize.
I think it would satisfy a lot of board members here.
Well, in the interim, may I, Michael, since I made a second?
Well, what would you like to do in the interim?
Well, let's have a talk. The only two conditions that I'm considering, unless somebody brings something else up, is some snacks and 2 people there at all times. I really do think that's pretty reasonable for safety and, all that.
We don't have any objection to Rachel's idea either of providing some non-alcoholic alternative.
Oh, well, that's...
So there's 3 conditions so far. Rob?
Yeah, I just want to, this is an interesting liquor license, and because we're approving it, I feel somewhat responsible, and I know the responsibilities of serving alcohol as a restaurant owner. And I'm just going to say something for the sake of saying that I know everybody, and I know all the managers that just walked in this room from SKICO are well aware of this. SKICO's reputation and what happens regarding alcohol service affects the entire community. And I'm saying, I know you guys know this, but I'm going to say it for the record. The way you handle this and the way you treat this and making sure that no incidents happen regarding around this affects the entire community and the public eye globally watching us. It's a huge responsibility, and I feel a little weight of it on my shoulders approving this liquor license, just like I feel it at my restaurant with the service of alcohol. And I know that you guys are going to do everything in your control to make sure that you handle that responsibility well.
Thank you. We are the largest liquor licensing in the county, and we do our best to be in compliance all the time. We're probably not perfect, but we strive to be.
Jeanette, have you found a pertinent paragraph for us?
It's paragraph 4 in Resolution 9263, but pretty much what it states is the Board of County Commissioners in its discretion may restrict the number of optional premises which any one license may have. And that's what I was thinking of, so.
Okay, so that's just...
I don't see any.
It seems to me that what we're getting here is a representation from the applicant to abide by these conditions that we've mentioned, and they sound reasonable and prudent. So are there any other conditions that we can think of at this time that we'd like the applicant to adhere to?
We could put up a slalom course right below the champagne sled to see if someone can navigate after drinking.
Yeah, we could do that. So, and let me ask you, Jeanette, is there a time limit to this license? Is it effective for a year, 2 years, 3 years?
I think it's effective unless revoked.
Right, exactly.
That is a condition that you can bring it back for review in a year if you want to see how it's...
That's a condition I would actually like. I'd like to have that because this is such an unusual application that I would just like to have the ski company self-report on the conditions that they have found governing this license. Would that be all right with the board? So we'd come back in a year, approximately?
Are you asking physical presence or a report to staff that gets in an MOI, or, just clarifying? I don't have any...
I'd like to have a representative from the ski company saying, we we successfully operated this optional premises without incident or with incident, and here's what happened.
I don't have any problem coming back.
Yeah, and typically that would be a review of the license by the board in a year.
So I'm good with 4 conditions as a second.
Okay. Yes, Jeanette?
I found it, and I apologize, the page was turned upside down. Here we go. Serve health, safety of public. Nothing contained herein shall preclude the Board of County Commissioners in its discretion from imposing conditions, restrictions, or limitations on any optional premise license in order to serve the health, safety, and welfare of the public.
Okay, so, Dave, you've heard those conditions. We're going to apply those because we think they guarantee the health, safety, and welfare of the public.
Fine.
So, I'll call the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. So thank you very much for coming to us.
When would you like us to make this report? Because we have to apply to the state, that's going to take some weeks or so. Then we'll operate until the end of the ski season, so should we come back next fall, I suppose, when we're supposed to start doing this?
How does the board feel about it?
It sounded like that our restriction was that it's a 1-year license for review.
Right.
Yeah. So you have to come back to continue.
After you have the license itself for a year?
Yeah, after a year.
You could come back before that, though, and you guys can make the decision to continue it before that, or just be after that.
My only comment on that is we'd like to come like in the beginning of the year, because right now we're obviously in the...
Yeah, if you want to report on this year's service at the beginning of the whenever, and then we'll space it on a year basis, that would be fine, since this is sort of mid-season.
Right, sort of stuff here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
So is there a motion to go out of special?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Is there a motion to take a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have
Thanks for
limited
your
amount
time,
of rights and
guys.
open discussion, so we should
And
be
Rachel,
okay.
thank you for your time.
The time 5 up? How long of a break, Michael?
Yeah, until 5 or 4. Okay, this is the Board of County Commissioners meeting on February 28, 2012. It's almost 4 o'clock, and we're at a point of, in our meeting, a memorandum, or memos of interest. And Ellen Sassano's here to present something interesting to us. Ellen, what is it?
What is it? In response to a request from the Ouray County Commissioners, you all asked me to draft a letter in support of Senators Udall and Bennett and their efforts to draft either policy or legislation to limit the liability of Good Samaritans who are willing to clean up abandoned hard rock mines. And so I drafted a letter. I started with the Ouray County Commissioners draft resolution and did some cutting and pasting and added a few other pieces. And so the letter in your packet is an attempt to follow up. And I know that the board is also interested in drafting a resolution of support, but since there isn't time in the immediate future, now to get a resolution passed, you thought a letter of support would be something that we could do immediately. So a resolution may follow. But so you have a letter, and I'd be glad to either modify it if necessary, or it can just be sent as is, if that's your pleasure.
Board, any questions for Ellen? None? Are we approving the letter?
I'm approving it. At least my copy has 2 different spacing between the paragraphs. The top and the bottom have space and a half.
Yes, you're right.
So if we could clean that up, that would be great.
Okay.
And then I don't know if it's possible to do that in such a way that Michael could sign it before he leaves today, because then I could take signed copies with me to DC.
Should be a simple fix.
Okay.
Famous last words, right?
Although, yeah, because I don't think we have enough to be here too much longer.
I can probably just run it up to Charlotte, do it with her, because I assume you'll want it on letterhead. And, yeah, so.
Jack?
Yeah, certainly this is a great letter. I'm wondering if an example, a Pickens County example would be helpful. And I have to ask a question, is coal mining considered hard rock? There's got all kinds of...
This particular effort is explicitly not including coal mining.
Okay, so my
It's more
example
recoverable
just went
minerals
away,
or
too.
something.
And I would just suggest that, as we normally do whenever we send letters to our senators, to email to their local staff, Matt Sugar and Noah Croper, so they're up to speed on what's going on. Sometimes they don't get this information in a timely fashion.
Good idea.
Any further comment? Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ellen. And so you're going to go up and try and get that?
Is that it for our MORs?
That's it?
Next item is open discussion, is that right? Or future agenda?
Future agendas, and just a March 20th is actually outside of next week. Actually, Rachel's gone next week. March 20th is, in fact, the next time we'd have 5 commissioners together, and so we look probably at that time at bringing 2 items back. They'd probably be under memos of interest. One would be the climate change resolution and the redrafts that you all had proposed, so that you all have an opportunity to look at that. And then also looking at land exchange letter, which we probably also put under memos of interest in that case.
We have enough time.
We'll need some time for that.
Yeah, so we may...
Would be a rough guess.
Would we come in earlier that day then, if something doesn't go away? Well, what is... may I apologize, Michael, for not raising my hand. I don't want to interrupt you. Airport master plan, airport construction sustainability, obviously two separate agenda items.
And if we
2 hours.
If we wanted to do a...
No, it's 2.5.
Yeah. And particularly, following up, we're trying to have quick follow-up on the master plan discussions, and also starting to look at what types of construction standards and such we have for energy efficiency and what we're looking forward to as we move forward with those plans. If we wanted to that day, we could do a brown bag lunch or, do a long break and a brown bag lunch over noon and create some more time towards the end of the day. Maybe an easy way to do it, or we could try and bump things up.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the discussion around that letter is minimum of an hour. Minimum. Just knowing from past.
I agree, and I just was trying to target the first time that we had the 5 of you back together.
Yeah. I think just give John and Michael a little time to readjust the Tuesday, March 20th agenda. And next time we see future agendas, certainly, I'm open to a brown bag lunch, and as you said, then work other breaks in or small breaks in.
And then obviously next week, and Rachel, you won't be here, but I think we can probably do this. We'll be trying to probably schedule some work sessions around that our retreat follow-up and such. So as we discussed at some length during open discussion last week.
Would we at that time be looking at maybe setting a meeting?
Yeah.
This was, for
I think
time.
there's a couple areas, a couple topics where we could start to set some workshop time up.
Well, if it's acceptable to Rachel, maybe she gives you just an idea, and then we check in for sure to confirm. So we might at least get a little direction.
Yeah, the only thing I know for sure is the, third Wednesday of March has already been scheduled for QQ, since they try to stay away from our regular meeting Wednesday, so that would not work for me for a work session. That would be the 21st. And I think you already have both Jack and my CCI schedule.
Right.
But other than that, I'm, fully open to Mondays, although the last Monday of each month is the 1177 water roundtables.
Okay.
So those don't work well. But other than that, it's the same schedule as everyone else here has, plus their other meetings and obligations.
Like getting married.
Yeah, we already have you down for that.
So we can.
We shouldn't call that nomination. It may be a meeting, but that's freely entered into. The judge is going to ask you that. Do you freely enter into this?
Right after that, it's going to be their obligation.
Future deadline?
Only other thing I had, which I could do during open discussion too, but I was looking to take some time, June 8th through the 16th, and then to volunteer to chaperone a 4th grade field trip on March 24th. It's okay if you say I can't.
March 24th is a Saturday, so I don't...
I mean 23rd, I apologize,
Okay, there we
it's
go.
on Friday.
To where?
Well, that's the fun part, it's Buttermilk. So there's a
School
4th
ski
grade
day.
ski day, yeah.
It'll be fun until you have to start going through all the tree trails.
Yeah, maybe we should prohibit you from going through any tree trails.
Could be another trip to the emergency room.
Well, it's winter, and the elk usually aren't on that side of the square.
That deer's not up there anymore. I'm sure he's somewhere else right now.
That's all I had on future agenda.
Any further future agendas?
Yeah, really, just very small. I would think, put those dates on our future agenda calendars, so we know when you're not there, and that Phyllis will be there. I would also like to add that I do not believe I will be here on Tuesday, May 15th. The Western Interstate region of NACO is meeting in Santa Fe. I've been comparing notes with Charlotte about how to get there, and it seems absurd that you have to fly to Oklahoma to Texas, back up to Albuquerque and take a 60-mile shuttle. There doesn't seem to be really good access. And
It's about a 5-hour drive.
and so I'm going to drive, and so I'm going to go down the Tuesday, the day before. So anyhow, I won't be able to be here on the 15th.
Yes, George.
On March 6th, John, we have a agenda item, Crown Mountain Planning Process.
Yeah, and actually, that's really what we're talking about are access proposals that Eagle County's been working with on the intersection there, and Brian's going to come in and update you on the proposal. I don't think it should be called Crown Mountain, to be honest with you. It's at the tree farm.
Oh, the tree farm on 82.
On Elgibel, yeah,
Okay,
so
yeah.
we'll get that relabeled.
Okay.
Very good. Good catch.
I'm not going to be here from the 1st to the 12th of April.
And you're here then, right, Jeff?
Rachel, I apologize. Independence Pass will be closed.
Yeah, well, don't worry, I knew I'd not be leaving through Denver anyhow, so
Okay, well, that's
makes sense.
I-25, it's real efficient.
Okay, open discussion?
Yeah, just I'd like to give you a few updates. Pick and Iron has worked with the vendors on those alternate technologies. They had planned on installing the aerators tomorrow. We'll see if that actually happens with the storm that they should be going in the next few days. And it's very clear that the relationship is between the vendors and the homeowners association, although we've been continuing to help them coordinate. Couple questions on citizen board applications. We're going through the renewal process where we've been asking folks to fill out their applications. We currently have 21 people who have reapplied, and our game plan, and I just want to check in with you to make sure this is still how you want to handle it, was to give you all 21 applications. We have an opportunity to discuss those, and at that point, you can make a decision if you want to re-interview, was the process that we had set up last year. So that's one. I have two questions with relation to this.
I have a slightly different recollection. I could be off, and maybe it was modified, but I thought it was the boards such as P&Z and Open Space and Trails, reapplications would be an interview, and all the other boards would be looking at more of that extended form that they fill in about their experience on the board and what the challenges for the board or whatever. But I kind of thought that both P&Z and
there was a discussion along those lines. I thought that where we land in, we can go back into the minutes to double check, was that we had actually review and make decisions. But if there are certain boards that we want to just automatically re-interview, we can certainly pull those out and get those scheduled.
Board, what's the recollection of the board?
I don't know, but I'm happy just to look at the applications, and if there's anyone we want to re-review, discuss it then and set up an appointment versus just a generic, these we will re-interview, these we won't.
Yes, Chad?
Yeah, I actually like the idea of interviewing P&Z and Open Space. Every board is important, but there's different ways they fit into the bigger picture, as it were. One very much financially as well as landscape planning. And obviously P&Z is so connected with what we do totally for land use that it would help me get some specific feedback about what's up, can we improve the process, etc. And I know they can type that out, or on the computer, but for those two boards, I am interested in interview.
Who would like to re-interview P&Z and Open Space and Trails? Okay, so that's something we'll do.
Okay. And then we'll take a look at the rest, and you can determine at that time. There are some boards, though, for example, the conflict of interest, that you've been doing some interviews for that hasn't really had a reason to meet for, I believe it's going on 2 years, at least a formal reason to meet. We are getting some pushback from applicants saying, do we really need to go through the reapplication process? We're not that active, and we may lose a few folks there. Do you want us to explore committees like that have less activity? Do we want to require going through this reapplication process every year?
Yes,
I
Jeff?
have a question. Isn't it pretty simple to fill out those couple questions we have?
There's not a whole lot. I guess simplicity's in the eye of the beholder there, but
Because this would be a good opportunity for a board that doesn't meet to give us a little feedback. So, I mean, the world's not going to end either way for me, but
and we're working under the direction right now that definitely everyone's going through that reapplication process, but we do have a difficult time recruiting for those already, and if we're losing folks who are already on because they don't see the necessity of going through a reapplication process for a board that doesn't meet that often, I wanted to bring it to your attention as it may compound our recruitment.
So have you identified more than that one board?
Right now, it's just the one, but I have asked Charlotte to just take a look and see if there are others that...
I mean, given that they don't meet at all. It's
hard to get feedback.
But the requirement to just refill out the form is, I don't think that's onerous, since we're not even asking them to meet.
We could have a meeting so they could all fill out the form together. Then that way we accomplish kill two birds with one stone.
Yes, Rachel?
No, I thought we had discussed a little bit whether whoever is in charge of those various boards that have not had to meet at least have some communication with the board members to thank them for their service, and maybe every once in a while, once a year, once 18 months or something, have a meeting so that, if there's been any changes of policy or anything that those board members like to say, so that we're at least keeping in touch with these people. And but I kind of agree that it's more of a statement of interest of continuing to serve than a quote requirement, and that it's it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Maybe we need to phrase it a little more nicely.
We'll work on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Rob?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I know that we've got it all scheduled on the 27th. I'll be out of town, which is fine, which is the citizen board application review time period. But I had also asked at some point to bring back kind of our general standing of where we are with all of our citizen boards in terms of all the work that's been done in the last year and where we are, where the holes are, that sort of stuff. And I would like that when I'm around.
Okay.
I'll give my feedback on when I get the packet to the group in terms of the reapplications. But
Michael, may I say? So Rob has raised the question, March 27th, Citizen Board Renewal Application Review. Is that to talk about the total process of the reviews?
No, that is the bringing back the 21 applicants and having an opportunity. Do you want to
So set aside. Good, thank you.
Maybe George and I can interview those 21 people.
Saturdays and Sundays for the next couple of weeks.
So, a couple other small ones, or actually just one other small one. We are bringing Michael completely paperless on correspondence, and that's all scanning in, and just wanted to see if the rest of the board is interested in going paperless on the correspondence and letters instead of having the paper copies and the email where possible, distributing to you electronically.
I would try it. I would need a computer.
We can probably
But I thought we were going to, I thought you were going to wait till April to look at.
Look at the iPads.
The iPads, yeah.
The iPad, we're waiting for the iPad 3s to
Yes.
come out to see if that addresses some of the, we're still having some issues where stuff's coming up blank and such during presentations. And
I'm going to stay with paper, even though it overflows out of my house at times. And, the challenge for me is I don't want two different computers. I have my own personal computer. And, if you're engaged in political activities, whether it's helping a state candidate or, regional candidates or things like that, you can't get their email on your county computer. You have to sign a waiver that you will not do any political business on a county computer, which I fully support and endorse, but it can get really complicated in terms of which computer are you picking up your emails on and getting the wrong email on the wrong computer, and so I just personally don't have space in my place to have two different computers and two different addresses and start to spread it out that way. So that's, part of my interest. And I also, I just want to make sure I can pull things back up in a reasonable manner when I sort them out into transportation, housing, this and that, and I'm not sure I would have the same access. So maybe as I watch others evolve with it, I will grow and evolve and mature into the system, but I'm not there yet.
Sorry, Michael. The word you used was letters. Are you talking about our weekly packets, all stuff, or are you talking about
right now,
just stuff that gets thrown in our box?
The packets right now are going to both in paper form and electronically, and if you didn't want your paper form, we could certainly eliminate that, but really what we're talking about is the letters that come in or correspondence that come into the board that we're currently putting in your mailbox or read box.
I'm happy to get those electronically.
Yeah. Come on, Jackie, can't give up your paper.
Well, honestly, I've never even used an iPad, so I don't know if I have time in the rest of my turn to learn.
I will say one of the problems with the IT, and I've been over to the IT a couple of times, is, and it seems odd to me where in government everything should be public, and if someone wants a search on an email that I sent Rachel or something like that through my county email, is that we have very limited email space, and they require us to delete all that. I've expanded my hard drive space twice already, and I like having that hard drive space to do searches myself. Mm-hmm. Meaning, hey, I forgot last year somebody sent me a letter on this. I can search it through the email subject, and that's the way I handle my stuff at home, going back 10 years. Mm-hmm. But so, if we're going to go paperless, I think we need to address the issue of our limited email capacity and deleting all that stuff, because you have to be. I haven't thrown out any very little paper yet, and I have gone back to it a bunch of times, like, where was this document? I'm sure when medical marijuana comes up, I'm going to dig in and find those papers again, and if I can't find the emails where that letter that was referred to for something, because I had to delete it because there wasn't enough space. So that's an issue with the going paperless thing, with the system we have.
That's going to be part of the obviously technology assessment that we're hoping to do, but there are also some options where you can either put those
into a file,
hard drive, or onto a file, or
onto our individual window here, which is what I'm working on now, is finding a system to move things over. But
I didn't show you how I'm doing it. I just had them set up a folder in Outlook and just pulling that over. Okay, well, that gives me, we were doing that and just wanted to make that available if other commissioners were interested in it. That's all I have for open discussion at this point.
Board, do you have open discussion? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I think we all have gotten the information through one of the CCI reports or the most recent, actually not this one, but a previous one, the Northwest Council of Governments report, but the governor's to be decided process is open for nominations now of individuals who you think would be good participants in discussing these major issues facing the state. And there also is a tab that says nominate yourself. So they're making it so it's not excluded. You know, who knows who they will select or under what criteria. I went on the site this morning and nominated myself because I would like to participate, but it didn't really have a deadline. It didn't say when, you know, they're closing nominations, and maybe I just missed it. But I really just wanted to make sure all board members knew they had that opportunity and to, you know, consider nominating yourself. I think there were 2 meetings that I saw the date for that you had to commit to participate, and those were alternate Wednesdays that did not conflict with our Wednesdays. So, you know, I just wanted to, again, encourage everyone to consider applying, or if you can think of other people who would be good participants in a process like that, to nominate them as well. There's so many issues coming forward, whether and how the state funds transportation. Is it broken into small regions? Is it going to be a statewide plan? What is the vision for, you know, the economy, you know, school funding, everything like that. And so we need to all think about different people we can get involved in that.
Thank you, Rachel. Any other open discussion? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I forwarded to John Peacock this morning a couple of letters from Kevin Wright. So expect to have them show up. I'd appreciate it if, you know, we review them, whatever it's concerning the master planning process for Sky Mountain Park, as well as the trail in Basalt, the Grace. I don't know exactly what.
They haven't got a formal name for it yet.
Yeah, okay, well, it's the Grace Park Trail or something.
No.
At least referred to.
No.
Well, you'll find it referred to as that. I get the joke if I understood the background, for sure.
Any other further discussion?
Well, yeah, Michael, along those lines, now I mentioned earlier when we chatted with Dale that, you know, we're sensing some discomfort with the DOW. Do we have any desire as a board to have a chat about that, or how might we approach this? And it's not individuals, it's about the clash that we're very familiar with about wildlife and trails, and the conflict that naturally occurs as you develop trails and encroach into habitat. Now, I'm personally concerned about it because I think the recreation thing can get out of hand when balanced with conservation, and in certain areas we can't have both. You know, there appears to be, in all the things we've worked on for years, habitat fragmentation, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, no answer required now, but we might evolve a conversation here at some juncture.
Jack, actually, I think that actually is in the conversation with CPW, whatever it is now. It's actually a conversation, sort of a policy conversation for us, because we're sort of in the middle. I mean, we hear from wildlife concerns, we hear from the recreation community, and it's really something we need to talk about at one of our extra work sessions, it seems to me. How do we want to evolve that, and what are those conflicts, and what's our understanding of it?
Michael, and I'm agreeing with you. That's exactly. I wasn't thinking about having Kevin in here and having a chat, but us, because it is exactly a policy issue, and it's not an easy policy. You know, you want to balance both.
It's a looming challenge, is what it is. So our current challenge. Yes, Rachel.
Well, I was just going to say, I can't remember whether it's semi-annually or annually, we have our meeting with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and whatever timeline that's coming up, we should try to have our board discussion before then.
Yes, Rob.
And at the same time, it might be worthwhile to solicit a memo from them that says, you know, asking them what their concerns are, because that would be useful information for that discussion.
Yeah.
Well, we've heard what their concerns are over and over and over. They have a declining herd, they have impacts in winter range.
But I think specifically to the actions that we're taking now, whether it be Drosty, whether it be...
Well, they're free to do that at any time. it
Yeah.
seems to me. That's something they should be doing. Any further discussion? Yes, Rachel.
Well, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you and George for doing the library interviews in Basalt. It sounded like a marathon day, and I think it really shows your commitment to the community and to the best outcomes of the Basalt Library Board. So on behalf of us who did not have to go to that meeting, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure, actually, wasn't it, George?
Yeah, it was really, actually, it went smoothly, and one of the great benefits was it was the first opportunity that we've actually sat down with not only the Town of Basalt Council people, but also even county commissioners in a format such as this. So I thought it was very positive in that regard in terms of continuing to establish working relationships. And we ended up appointing four members to the board. We had 3 applicants. And we'll have to do a resolution, I guess, at our next regular meeting, ratifying those 4.
Is it public knowledge yet? Have they been notified?
They have been notified, yes.
Okay. And I actually haven't, so I'm going to need to get either with one of you or
Well,
Barbara
should inform you.
Yeah, she'll have not only names, but the seats that you're representing and the terms as well. So.
Okay. We'll get that together.
Is that the letter for being signed? Thank you.
This is, Michael, this is for your signature.
So, any further open discussion? A motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
Pitkin is